a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. This is me, I still.
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
Nah.
Go.
Party, you will not my ultimate.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Yeah.
standing.
The ace.
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. Pull up. You're not wrong. Pull up, pull up, pull up.
Woo.
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Buddy. Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please. Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go!
Brim one fan, close John.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Long.
We have nice.
I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice, Bill.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm meeting grid. One in, the last one out, can't call me Lil. Put in my hours, send the invoice, send the payments. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this time to run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Time to run it up.
Hi everybody, and welcome to brownieval. My name is Browntul, and I'm going to be the host for today in Group A of brownieval Draft Deluxe. It's our first draft tournament that we've ever held in brownieval, and I'm so excited that you all can be a part of it. Wow, I'm just so excited. We've been waiting for this moment for a whole month. I mean, can you believe it that a month ago on the great day of 420, we selected 30 players, 6 captains did, that is, and we put them into teams, and it ended up being a very wonderful group of people. I mean, shall we take a look at them right now? So here's all the rosters. Here's who we have in Group A on this Twitch channel. We got the Pink Geese, led by Justin, the Cook Ones, led by Mumu, and Polar's Express, led by Polar. But we also have another group over on YouTube that's live right now. Exalted Honey Badgers, led by Sophia. Yippee! Led by Toda. And Red Robins, led by Robin. So, for all of you that want to watch some great action with your favorite players over there, go to youtube.com/@BrowntulStar or search our keyword brownieval or BrowntulStar on YouTube from your favorite device. So you can see the schedule on the bottom. Group A and Group B basically have the same start times, so you can check out which games you want to watch there, but everyone's pretty much playing for the next 4 hours, and it's going to be very fast-paced. In fact, something that's going to be important is the format. So for both groups, they're all going to play. It's 2 groups of 3 that you've seen earlier, and the top 2 teams from each group will move on to our single elimination playoff bracket tomorrow. And it's a straight up single elim, semis best of 1, grand finals best of 3. But first, you gotta make it to the semifinals. So these next 2 games for each of these teams here are going to be very, very important. For those of you that are wondering, we have a couple of tiebreakers, but basically it's important enough for you to just win. And next up, it'll be the head-to-head record, the round differential, and then if it still is tied, then you all really love to make things balanced. At that point, we're going to have to flip a coin. But we're not going to get to that point because I know these teams are very confident that they're going to crush the competition, get to 2-0, get into the finish line. I'm sure that's pretty much upfront for them. So that is how these round-robin games are going to go. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule presented by Community Gaming. Starts your grassroots tournament at communitygaming.io. And you can see up here the group matchups that we just mentioned earlier and the win-loss and round differential that's there. You can go view how the brackets are going live by going to that link down below, powered by our friends at Community Gaming, which is funding part of our prize pool today, a $100 prize pool for the first place winner that gets all the way to the championship and wins tomorrow. So I'm sure these 6 teams, they're going to be very excited. They're going to try to get there. Only one team can stay alive, so that's going to be big for them. So anyways, for those of you that want to go watch your favorites players, go to the channel right now, okay? If you want to watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/BrowntulStar, this channel, stay here for Pink Geese, Cooked Ones, and Polar's Express. If you want to watch the Red Robins and the Exalted Honey Badgers and Yippee, go to youtube.com/@BrowntulStar. Alright, we'll leave it up here for a moment. If y'all get confused or you forgot what this looked like, you can go to the website draft.brownieval.browntulstar.com and you can take a look there as well. Okay, well, because the first games are going to start on YouTube, I encourage you all to catch the beginning of that right now. youtube.com/BrowntulStar, @BrowntulStar, that is. youtube.com/@BrowntulStar to take a look at our first game of the day. Now, the first game on this channel is going to start in about just a couple minutes from now, maybe 10 minutes. So stick around and we'll be right back. You're watching brownieval Draft Deluxe on twitch.tv. Alright, welcome back everyone to brownieval Draft Deluxe. This is Group A on twitch.tv. And now I'm going to introduce my co-caster for today, but he doesn't even need an introduction. He's that inspirational. It's Kavian. Hello, Kavian.
Yo, it's your certified resident brownieval yapper himself, Kavian Koi. Here to bring you guys another lovely Valorant tournament in Brown. I am so excited. It feels like it has been so long since the last time that we have done a tournament together. And every time I get to cast with you, of course, is always a true delight. And most importantly, anytime we get to watch Valorant together. You know why?
Why?
Because as much as I hate this game, and as much as it has been literally over a year and counting since Valorant has graced me with the Spectrum Classic in my store, and they still refuse to give it to me, I love this game.
That's right. I know that you had a post where you were logging how many rolls it's going to take to get you that Spectrum Classic. And, well, I guess you're getting there.
Honestly, I got so depressed that I just stopped keeping track of it, because every day that I was having to update it just made me more and more depressed. I still check every day, still nothing there. But, you know, they can not give me the skin I want. They can nerf my favorite agents into the ground. But I somehow still enjoy the game, so, you know.
Yeah. Well, as long as you enjoy the game and you're able to give Riot your money, that's all that matters, right?
At least that's what they care about. They just want me to give them my money and yap. Speaking of yapping, what I'm most excited today is to introduce these two teams that we have going on in this first round matchup. It's going to be Pink Geese versus Cooked Ones. We're going to be taking it to Breeze, and a lot of people, you mentioned this right before we started, a lot of people complain they don't like Breeze, they don't want Breeze in the map pool. Me personally, I actually really like Breeze. I think Breeze is a fantastic map. It requires you to have aim, not that I have any of that, but it requires you to have a good amount of aim and a very good, we'll call it team cohesion, right? Because it's a really big map. So especially on the defensive side of the map, you have to constantly be aware of that mid presence. And you'll see, especially in the higher level of play, most teams, if they can't apply pressure through mid, cannot win the map on the attacking side. And the defense knows this and knows that is a powerful position. So the defense will tend to try to move some of these more aggressive players into mid to try to get that early defensive map presence. And if the team can do that, that is the key to them winning this map today.
You see the lobby right now with all the players that are here. We can introduce them for the first time. You got the Pink Geese with Justin Fly as the captain. Then it's Bedlam, Kitsu, Lack, and Jared. Then for the Cooked Ones, one Lowly Turtle, Ellen Yar, Mumu, JDK, and Matty. And, you know, like you said earlier, these teams didn't seem to like Breeze in the scrims, and suddenly it's been selected here. I know that Justin and Mumu have a rivalry going, but I would have thought that they would not want to pick a map like this, and yet here we are, and now we're going to see some Breeze tech, I'm sure. Maybe the Viper is going to get selected, as the lobby is going to get ready to go now. But yeah, I don't know what to expect here, because I didn't think this would even be an option.
Well, I'm excited. I was hoping it wasn't going to be a scent for the first runner. I might have had to accidentally turn my PC off before we even started the tournament. But I am super excited. I love casting Valorant so much. I love seeing a lot of these players returning that we've had the privilege of casting before, and it just doesn't get any better than tournament play.
These players, they're getting ready, they're getting excited here. I'm gonna expect the Viper to come out. I know Viper's been nerfed as we go into the agent select presented by drawwithkristi. Go to drawwithkristi.shop for 10% off your order using code brownieval10.
Yeah, and you're mentioning this Viper pick. we have seen, as we see Justinfly lock this harbor in on the side of Pink Geese, that is something that we will probably see teams start experimenting with a little bit more. It's not quite the same, but it does provide a good amount of the same ability that Viper brings with that wall, being able to go somewhere and then still having some sort of stall utility. I think Viper not being able to move the orb on Breeze specifically is kind of a big blow. So what we see teams now do is rely a little bit more either on a full set Viper has to anchor a site, or they have to play lineups. And in a tournament like this where you don't necessarily have a lot of chemistry or cohesion with your team, those aren't exactly the kind of plays that you want to rely on. If you have a player that can do it, it's great, but that's why we will start seeing maybe more of this harbor play, maybe even some of that Omen that people thought was going to happen when the map first got restructured. Everybody thought Omen was going to be the big thing, and then people realized Viper was still crazy good on this map, and they started doing that. So I am very interested and excited to see this harbor pick. Of course, the double Sova and double KO picks, not surprising at all. The one thing basically that we have different between these two teams is how these two controllers are going to stack up against each other.
And the one benefit of having that harbor is the fact that you can throw up the cascade, and you not just a cascade, because that's already very good, a forward facing wall to go forward when there's so much open space, but the high tide is also very effective. The fact that you can put a wall that is just like the toxin screens for Viper, but you can put it up anywhere, really. It recharges. Maybe the placement of it is what the difference is there, but imagine if you don't want to take a site, you want to go to the other side, make a rotation, then by the time you get to the other site, then you're going to get the high tide back up again. So that, I think that's a benefit.
It is a benefit. The one thing that people don't tend to like Harbor versus Viper is Viper giving that extra bit of utility with the Molly stall and with the decay, making it a lot more dangerous for people to just push through your wall. But like you were saying, you do have that benefit of the recharge, and with the recent Viper nerfs, if you aren't very careful and monitoring how you feather the wall up and down, Viper actually can become a detriment to your team, because once you're out of that smoke, it takes so much longer for it to recharge now. But we're going to go here into round one map underway. It's a heavy lean towards this A site, and you still have that lurking Cypher up into mid. Nobody clearing it for now. We do see KO pushing through this tunnels area to try to get some kind of look at this.
No way.
Kitsu has somehow snuck past. Justin's gonna pick up the first kill onto Mumu, and I'm not really sure exactly what was happening over there in that rope section, but we do have a refrag, which Jared gonna be taken down in midst of the attackers once again here in control. Justin's gonna get scanned out by this Sova dart, and the 4-man stack through halls. Justin's just gonna have to give this up, but still gets taken down through the wall. A beautiful shot there landed by Turtle, and pretty much free sight wherever they want to go. Black spotted out and taken down by Matt, still continuing.
30 seconds left.
Honestly, all this could have been very disastrous, as you see Bed getting this kill up in the defender spawn.
Spike
but
planted.
Wait for the attackers to bounce off of that, despite the fact there was a close call, and now you got a 3v1 scenario.
Found them.
Yeah, and this should be a pretty easy cleanup here. It is pistol round, so we don't really see a lot of armor and defense here, but still it's too easy for JDK to win it out. Attack win round one, and definitely something occurred over towards ropes.
Yeah. So what happened there, Kavian, was that you had the wall that was being like prepared for like the A side, and because you have to like lean yourself literally on the wall to put the smoke down, I mean, you can't really look behind you when someone goes down the rope. And for whatever reason, I guess it just worked out that way. I mean, I'm surprised the attackers won after that, but hey, good for them.
Kitsu just walks right past for free, but round 2 now underway. Some Hall's presence being shown here once again by Cooked Ones, trying to continue this momentum on their buy round.
See, Turtle is trying to use that Marshall here in Halls. This Halls area was closed the last time we did a brownieval invitational, but now it's open, and you know, you still have to worry about walling that off sometimes, because that's a huge flank opportunity for the attackers. I mean, you already saw the defenders taking advantage on their flank.
Harbor spotted out behind left pyramid, and now as the team is getting ready to push up into this, we see huge flank there by Alinyar taking down this KO. Free sight over here on the A side, as well as these players aren't willing to contest the plant.
This is going to be one of the hard retakes, especially when on pistols. You only have classics, they're not very good long range.
One enemy remaining.
A 3-piece coming in for Alinyar there on the lurk through mid. Turtle gonna grab one as well to close things out. And the crazy thing, we actually had 2 players there not actually really buy up there, and now we're gonna be able to put Vandals out here to contest the full buy coming in from Pink Geese here on their buy round.
That's right, that's a good catch.
Some crazy stuff.
Yeah, very good catch. I didn't notice that earlier, and the fact that you're able to buy in a round where you're supposed to save after winning the first 2 rounds means they're in pretty good shape here for this round.
Here.
A Vandal going to go on to this Cypher over here. The one dangerous thing is you bring Cypher over on the lurk. They do have the power weapon. If they do get taken down, that kind of brings that weapon out of the round, but nonetheless, Viper gonna hang around over towards, or sorry, Cypher gonna hang over here towards this spawn area, while the rest of the team pushes through mid.
And the mid area, once, like we said in the pregame, is important, but the fact that there's no resistance that the attackers are expecting, like they're thinking maybe they should see a harbor wall show up or something, but they have no resistance. They're a little bit wary of the top area there. But it is good to be patient. Once you decide where to go, then you should go together. So that's important.
Cage.
Trying to work this tunnel area now. Matt's gonna pick up one with the ghost still being bonused. Jared will get one before getting traded out, and it's gonna be a 4v3 here for the attackers. Still, buy in the favor here of the defense. They could force through here and kind of decide this round with the better weaponry. Although, with 3 players still grouped up in spawn, it looks like they may potentially want to call for a save here, but no, they're going to go for it. Pushing out now.
Last player standing.
What a flash. Wow. Beautiful.
Bedlam finding 2, though, to try to get it back, but very little time. Knows Matt is there and just going to try to save this Vandal here, but not going to be able to get out in time as JDK finds that kill. 3-0 now. And a very fast start coming out here for the Cooked Ones.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flash drive from JDK. We can take a look again at the replay. Powered by Community Gaming. You see Justin putting out the Cascade. So this was a pretty good entry here. And then look at that flash. A good distraction. And then LNR with the great aim. We've seen this in the scrims earlier in the week. So obviously that works out great for them. And 3-0, you get to keep your Vandals. You're forcing another save for Pink Geese.
Oh, Kitsu, unfortunately, just absolutely eating that flash there. Another great flash coming out from JDK, and that's going to be something that I'm sure we will see a lot of throughout this match. JDK, a highly experienced player, using this initiator role to the full potential. Look at this turtle! Through the smoke off the Sova scan, finding one with the operator. Another free plant here for Cooked Ones.
Here.
And this is quickly turning into a bloodbath. Turtle finds another. A flawless round, and just nothing to say for that except for a well-executed push coming in from Cooked Ones.
That was beautiful use of the Sova Yuto. Was it the Owl Drone? Yeah, it was the Owl Drone that came out there. You see Turtle get into position. I don't know if he was expecting to shoot someone here, but big highlight, kaboom, and then you saw that he got the second kill later in the round. And the attacking side up is very, very scary. For those of you that don't play the game, you usually see the operator on defense when you know the attackers are going to go straight into you. But when Turtle's on the op on attack, then that is a huge confidence boost for that Jet.
Round 5 now, and we actually see this lean towards B main, something we haven't quite seen yet. Coming out from Cooked Ones, changing things up just a little bit, figuring out what holes they can continue to poke within this Pink Geese defense. JDK ult coming in, and a completely free site. Everybody has gathered back for the fast retake, but JDK gonna find one in tunnels. Jared will get the refrag. They finally take down this lurking Cypher, and 2 more kills coming in. It's all of a sudden a 2v4.
And you lose the operator too. But still, it's still possible if you get this kill here. A 2v1 though.
Valiant effort coming in from JDK. Spike able to go down. Operator though now into the hands of the defense. First round on the board, and it looks like maybe this might be the strategy. Everybody pull back and try to do this 5-man retake instead of trying to fight it out on site.
Yeah, I do like that. You do have the Harbor Yuto that can help you take space going forward. Once again, the Cascade is something that the Viper does not. Take the space, move the wall forward, and you get to negate the operator that way. Now, in this case, we actually saw the op miss from Turtle. That's a risk that you have on attack. When you lose the sniper rifle, you give it to the defense, and now you can put it on someone like Kitsu, who has yet to get on the board. But if Kitsu can get this kill on the op, you know what they say about Jets with operators on defense, that is a recipe for success if you're wanting to get going here, especially on this map.
Indeed, and I'll be interested to see how much that fast retake strategy was just for that round, because they knew that JDK had that null command lined up, or if this is going to be their new strategy going forward. But it's Turtle with the Blade Storm pushing all the way up, gets scanned out, but Kitsu still finds one. Unbelievable. Jared gonna find one as well, and it's quickly a 5v3. We're gonna try to flank through mid, but taken down by Lack all of a sudden. Alanyar, last standing here. Pop flash through the Harbor wall. Not gonna get peeked.
My eyes are down.
What a shot. And I think Alanyar just content with saving this rifle.
No, I think he's going to try to go for this. He knows that, and especially after that, he knows that all the Harbor stuff is gone.
Team A.
A good effort. 2 beautiful shots there. Bringing it back.
He's not one that likes to save. He's always been someone that has loved to go for it. He had very good aim in the scrims. He got a couple of multi-kills earlier in this game as well. That Cypher's got 10 kills. Look at his aim in the replay. He had the angle. I mean, he just lost because he put down the cyber cage. But you don't want to sleep on this Cypher. He's got the advantage just with his reaction time.
And Alanyar, a quick 10-3 early start. Something you don't typically see on a Cypher not named John QT. But a very impressive start so far off of the Sentinel player. Look at this, 2 players stacked up towards this tunnel side here for the defense this time, trying to get some early contest on this mid as players would push through wood doors. But Turtle being able to give free reign to climb all the way up next to Pillar.
I mean, the defense, the Pinkies, they didn't see any of Cook Ones walk up this time. And, you know, every other round, it seems that the Cook Ones think no one is covering the tunnel. So both of them are kind of playing some mind games. They're not sure if the mid area is going to get pushed out, what part of the rounds.
And Alanyar will get spotted out here by a Sova drone. Kitsukaner droned over towards B side, and it looks like this is where the attack is going to actually rotate off of. Look at this, all the defense here over towards this B site, free A, and they need to go now. Crash is gonna come in through mid. Jared will find a Lanyar lurking up in the nest area, but a plant once again gonna go down on this A site.
Good Hunter's Fury here to try to stop the plant, but you know, with time running out, you might as well stick the plant here. And a 4v3 still possible. You can play for the Hunter's Fury, actually. You see that Sova and Halls, that can be huge.
And Cypher coming online, gonna find Turtle. Last alive is Matt. Back here, using this Hunter's Fury. Will find the first tag, but just barely misses out on the second one. I thought for sure gonna get that second tap onto Kitsu. Kitsu's playing it perfectly. And the defense now winners of 3 rounds in a row here.
Oh, he actually almost had it there because the 2 other defenders decided to go for Matt. I mean, it could have been disastrous. Matt actually readjusted and went up to the halls to defend himself by hiding behind that little pillar there. And if he gets the second connection, I think he wins. So, wow, what a huge momentum changer there. Anything was possible.
Oh, a nice shot by JDK taking down Kitsu. That could be the opening that they need to get themselves back on the board here.
Right there.
2 players flood down halls. Bedlam gonna trade this back on to Turtle. So early blood avenged. Justin is stuck up behind the counter flank onto a Lanyar. Beautiful shots, and all of a sudden 2v4. JDK gonna find one Halls.
Standing. Spike down.
And some dancing there by Bedlam. Fantastic moves left and right there. The strafing beautiful. And all of a sudden we have a tie game.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there when it came to just the general scoreline. You would think that the team that gets to the hot start is going to get a couple more rounds, but after 4 rounds won by the cooked ones, the Pink Geese have turned around after winning the 5th round, and they've gone 4 in a row with it. I'm not sure if it's just the newfound
This goes here.
ability. Maybe it's just a psychological thing, you know? You get the first round and you can finally relax. You're on the board and you keep the momentum going. And maybe it's the threat of the operator too on defense. I mean, they haven't really had to switch it out.
You are powerless.
This null command once again gonna be able to help cooked ones force their way out onto this B site.
Ooh, Viper's Pit, that's huge. Negate the operator, you have to go inside of the Viper's Pit now for this defuse. Unless you do this!
There are 3 huge kills coming in here on site. But quickly getting traded back. We do have one player remaining. Low, and that's Matt Spike getting taken down. Turtle, though, we'll find one, and it's a 1v1 Turtle versus Jared here.
I got the spike.
Jared gonna peek out. Turtle should be able to get a plant off if they want. Pop flash behind half. Turtle reads this perfectly.
You gotta be careful. I think I should prioritize the plant if I was in this situation. Just plant for main.
30 seconds now on the clock, and look at this reposition here. Turtle has no idea.
Yeah, just and now Jared has the advantage here.
Jared backstabbing Turtle there. 5-4 now, 5 straight rounds, and the defense actually being the ones that are doing the cooking here.
Yeah, this is when I think Turtle was thinking way too hard. He saw Jared earlier in the arches, and then I think at that point, I think that your KO is so far away, you should just plant the spike at that point. But you wanted to try to get the kill, and that gave JDK an opportunity, or Jared the opportunity rather, to go through the the back of side and get the step.
So eco round coming in amazingly. I'm pretty sure this is the first eco round that we've actually seen Cooked Ones have to take, even though they've now lost 5 rounds in a row. But their econ was built up so well at the beginning that it didn't matter. But here we go, fast push down halls. JDK gonna try to find one off the flash, but no, Justin gonna grab 2 here. Bringing this to a 5v2 as these last 2 players are still sprinting it down halls. Matt's gonna find one, but not going to be able to do enough damage through the door. Bedlam a quick 3K as they clean things up here. And the defense is absolutely thriving.
Absolutely. 6 rounds won in a row. They also have 4 ults available. Lack, who was someone that can aim, he can get 2 more kills. Maybe they farm for this ult orb, and then they'll have all 5 ults. Use the neural theft to the advantage. So the defense definitely in great position. The pink Geese are flying. They're soaring high.
And potentially pink Geese there. A 1-for-1 trade to start things off. Jared gonna find a second one as well over in mid side. It's a 4v3. But look, we have 2 players that have already made their way fully out on to A site, but Spike is dropped mid. Here. These defenders don't seem to be wanting to hold it, but it doesn't even matter. They're looking for blood, looking for these kills. Matt left all alone 1v4. What can you show us, Matt? Still almost full utility. Drone the only thing missing, and one off this Hunter's Fury. A plant could bring that ult online as well.
I have the spike.
I would definitely say Matt should try to get a pick here at best, and maybe if there's an ult orb, I would try to farm for this Hunter's Fury and maybe use that in the next round. But we've seen some individual performances from these players before. If they get 1 or 2 picks, they get the green light to just go, and maybe we'll see Matt go for it, but there's only 30 seconds left. Uh-oh.
30 seconds left.
Will get scanned out by the recon bolt. Oh. A nice shot onto Bedlam, but immediately traded out. A nice shock dart coming in. The little kind of baby hop skip that it did there. Perfectly timed to make sure that it gets that final kill.
I think it was in the corner. Replay powered by Community Gaming. Left. Let's see, Matt is... Oh my god, that was right at the corner. No, that's not fair. The radius was perfect. I guess Bedlam really predicted the movement correctly there.
So final round of this first half. Cooked Ones looking to get one back here to bring this to just 2 rounds. Flash and scan gonna come out. Turtle gonna try to be basically human drone this backside area. We'll get onto site, but now 3 players stuck. Backside a trip. Placed in a different spot than they were expecting. Turtle gets taken down. JDK will grab the trade back, but 2 more kills coming in. They get 3, and all of a sudden it's Mumu left 1v4. Tries to get out ahead of the flash, but it doesn't even matter. Bedlam gonna get this final kill, and it's an 8-4 first half here for the Pink Geese.
This is an absolute masterclass by the Pink Geese. They have come all the way back from 0-4. They've won 8 rounds in a row to finish the half, and Bedlam with the 17 kills on that Sova so far. And what about the flash drives that Jared has done, and the clutches that he's been able to put himself into? Just absolutely fantastic there. I don't know what you're supposed to do now if you've just lost 8 rounds in a row. Do you call timeout at some point? Well, you had a timeout in the first half. You lose it going to the next half here. But I would see what would happen in the first 2 rounds. And if, at least for the pink, for the Cooked Ones here, and if it doesn't work out too well, then you're going to have to call timeout and rethink your strat. Remember, these are best of 1, so every round matters.
Yeah, I think pistol round going to be very, very important for Cooked Ones. We did see Pink Geese run off 8 rounds in a row, but you don't want to give up too many here to start off this half. First couple of kills gonna come in, but Spike will go down on this B site. Seeing that wrapping around half wall, trying to find the Silver drone, but taken down by Kitsu. Player stacked up on the back site area. Kitsu with 3K on the round and just absolutely nothing. Perfectly executed plant here. And now 9 consecutive rounds won by Pink Geese.
I'm interested to see what the buy is. I guess that's what Elenyar is going to talk about with his team. So, the Cook Ones by Mumu. I'm going to think about it. Let's take a look at the replay again of the pistol round. But I think there's a little... One strategic thing that seems to be not working for them is they seem to put themselves in positions where they're not able to trade each other. Like, look at this. This is just not tradable. They're not in positions to, like, peek from different angles and get the kills. So, I think that was the problem in the first half. We kind of see a little bit of that problem in the second half. And if they're not able to make this adjustment where they can trade each other, especially on these retakes, then it's going to be tough. So, hopefully, Mumu and the Cooked Ones can come up with a strategy here to get this comeback. I know that Mumu really wants to beat Justin. This is all part of the rivalry that they had before the tournament, so we'll see if the Cook One's gonna figure it out, Kavian.
Indeed, and that was our timeout presented by Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. You can check them out by looking at our commands, !CG and !Kristi in the chat. But a key decision here: do you buy up and try to force this round, or do you save? It looks like that's what they're going to want to do. My only concern is, do you really want to find yourself 6 rounds down with only 3 rounds to give up? But these guys are confident. A fast push outside of A for the defense, a full stack there. And you see these attackers are not even wanting to give it the time of day. They're immediately going to rotate, get this free plant B, not want to give up any guns, and make any kind of crazy PRX style aggressive eco play.
That's right. That's probably what they were thinking. Like, if you buy now and force, like, that's a risk. But if you want to run it down A, then you should save for sure. You don't want to lose a gun that way. Maybe you can pick up a gun. And that's why they saved here, it seems.
And now the 5-man push through flank. See how it plays out. They're still stacked outside, trying to figure out when it is exactly they want to push on. Here goes the explosion. Jared gonna find one before getting traded out by Elenyar.
1 enemy remaining.
Huge shots from backside Bedlam, finding 2 with that Guardian. Lacking to finish things off, but a gun drop, not a super expensive round, but still a gun drop and a 2 shields damage. That's pretty good for your eco round.
Let's take a look again at the replay. And, you know, you have to really pick a route here. This Tile Burst was meant for them to go elbow. Everyone's falling apart, but they do get the couple of kills. I mean, 1 kill is good. So you can see what the strategy was there. It didn't pay off, but you are able to force a little bit. I mean, I'm not force, but actually buy. So now this is crucial. You have to win this round to have a chance.
Turtle will start things off, peeking out of mid doors to take down Kitsu in some jet-on-jet action. This is definitely the start that they want here in this round, but Justin gonna take down Mumu. That's gonna be smokes down for the rest of the round, making it that much harder for the defense to control any part of the map.
And that's why... That's why KV, you want to have 2 controllers sometimes, because when one controller goes down, at least you use the other one. You just see right there, you lose your Viper, and now you have no smokes on a map that you need smokes on.
Indeed, Turtle gonna find a little bit of safety here behind this harbor wall, and will take down Bedlam. JDK getting that kill as well onto Jared, and there's a beautiful push back. Defense finally getting their win, and it makes me think, based off of how well that round went, that their timeout, and you see teams do this a lot where they call on eco rounds, and most people are questioning the decision. But typically when teams call on the eco round, it's not to discuss the eco round, it's to discuss the next round when they're gonna have that buy.
And you see how that worked out there. Maybe we'll get a momentum shift. In round 5, it shifted from the cooked ones to pinkies. Now, maybe we'll go the other way.
Once again, 2 players gonna push down halls. Matt gonna do a little bit of spotting here. See at least one of them and see the bullets come through. Should know that there's 2 players there and should be able to call that out. The rest of the team already over towards this A site as well, leaving Cypher as solo anchor on B.
Wonder if you throw out the harbor wall here, fake an execution on A. So far, whenever that harbor wall has appeared, it has signaled a green light for the pink geese, but you're gonna hold on to that wall here.
And it looks like at least the call to cut noise and kind of take things slow coming in for Pink Geese. Maybe the shoulder of Justin Fly just barely spotted out at the entrance to halls, but not quite sure. Matt seems to think that somebody is going to be there. But here goes execution coming in. He's going to find one before 2 more kills coming in quickly. Matt will find that kill on to the Cypher as well, making it a 3v2. Spike in the hand of Bedlam, planting front sight. Will be able to get that plant off. But double recons coming in for Matt. Should be able to spot where both these players are. And exactly where last player, it's Justin left alone. But both of these players, very low HP.
Ooh.
And a nice shot there by Matt. Bringing this to 10-6, a little bit of momentum going back here towards the cooked ones here, showing some resiliency on this defensive half.
Oh, that was very beautiful by Matt. That's a power game by Community Gaming. Look at that replay. So, you know, Justin's obviously waiting for the tap here, and Matt knows he has to push. He has to make a decision on which way to look, and usually you look at this corner based on past context here. And what a flick. It's absolutely nasty. I mean, maybe it was too obvious for Matt. That's why it's named that way, but now he's 10-10, and that's a good momentum. That's 2 rounds won in a row by the cooked ones.
I suggest you move.
Ob flash to counter early aggression outside of A. Won't net them anything, but will at least keep them safe from that opening contact. In an immediate flood back towards this B site.
Wow, that's interesting. I would thought they would have gone for it there, but they were spooked based off the knowledge they got from the Reckoning. And this is one of the advantages of having Harbor. You change your mind, just go to the other site. You have your rechargeable water walls, and you take your chances over here.
Here.
Chalk Dart's gonna try to find some of this Cypher utility, but look at this aggressive punches spree coming out from both sides. Neither gonna find a kill, but a lot of damage done both ways. That one kill is gonna eventually get traded out for V4.
Good camera there. Check the elbow side, but you have to rely on timing here.
Drone will spot out where this operator's playing behind half wall.
I know exactly.
But 2 players within the cove gonna get spotted out.
3 out
Oh,
of 5.
beautiful shot
One
by
enemy
Lack
remaining.
through the smoke. And nothing to be done there for Moo. Justin coming in, getting that final kill. Momentum potentially shut down here. 11-6 now. Pink Geese getting themselves back in that driver's seat now, 2 rounds away from taking map 1.
And it's also a huge round. Yeah, and it's a huge round, Kavian, because as you'll see on the scoreboard a little later, the cooked ones, they have to save. But it feels like you shouldn't save because of the amount of rounds you got left. So, what's it going to be? I mean, they got a Vandal on hand at least.
Here.
Man, these are just tough decisions you have to make. Yes, there is another game that they have to go up against as Jared does the no command. but this is just such a tough scenario now. You're gonna have to make some good plays here in the next couple rounds.
JDK gonna get spotted out, leaving A main. And they should know exactly where JDK is coming from. And JDK not expecting one to still be coming from this A site as well. As Lack taking a lot of time trying to make sure this flank is perfectly executed. But Lack gonna actually go for Matt instead. JDK taken down by Kitsu. And it's map point coming in for Pink Geese.
What a good adjustment here for the Pink Geese to get the momentum back on their side. And is this going to be tough? I feel like the Pink Geese have big control over the map. You saw Lack on the lurk there as well, so absolutely full control here for the attackers. Not much control here for the defenders. You're out of timeouts. We're gonna have to pray for a miracle here to get those 6 rounds to get to overtime.
And a major mid push coming in for Pink Geese. I don't think we've seen this so far in this half for them. They've been favoring more of these main execs, but a quick pop flash through. Nothing going to be found. And mid presence completely given up here by Cooked One's defense.
Also a good cascade to cover top. The Matt, if he decides to peek through, he can't see anything. But now the walls go down and still no presence made on which side they want to go to for the Pink Geese. I think they should go toward B though. Try to scout that out. I know the Cypher's probably looking for main, so maybe they can get that over there.
Here.
Jitsu has spotted out the Viper over on A side. They should be aware exactly of the position. And now, as you mentioned, this push through tunnels is going to be huge. Turtle going to find one, though. And now the flood through.
30 seconds left.
Cove going to at least slow down the push just a little bit for this defense, but a quick retake coming in through CT and the tunnels. These players are playing for their lives, and they know it, and all of a sudden, Slack left. Last alive. A huge response here coming in from Cooked Ones with their backs against the wall.
A huge no command as well, disable the abilities and really negate the fast exec here. Black might be able to get one. Oh, unlucky. He's in a tough spot here. But yeah, what about that great denial by the Cooked Ones? Let's take a look again. So the attackers, the Pinkies, they had split up. They did an exec through the tunnel and to B main, and then that no command comes in, and look at the Cypher and the KO together. They're working hard. What about that? So now they have they have guns on their side now. That's the most important part, given that you don't have any more rounds to work with.
Yeah, and a huge individual play there by Turtle, but Kitsu coming through mid, immediately gonna get taken down by JDK. And signs of life coming in for Cooked Ones here as they're trying to make something happen, but Jared quickly shut down by JDK as well. 2K on the round for JDK.
Last player standing.
Bedlam 1v3, not gonna even find one. 12-8 gonna be your score.
Avian. They are cooking right now.
Is that important?
They got the momentum there.
Indeed.
Cool. And
a cup.
What do you think, Avian? Do you think they call timeout here?
Econ is still fine. Honestly, I think because you can still buy the next round after this one, I think you let it go one more round. Because it's not that they're necessarily doing anything wrong. You're just having one key play happening at the beginning of both exits that are kind of shutting it down, and the rest of the team isn't able to follow up on it.
Yeah.
I think they let it go one more round. If they can't win it off of this, though, I think you do call 3 rounds is a little bit too close for comfort.
And once again, it's the Pinkies that have a timeout to spare here. It's one round, but you know that one round can sometimes be very hard to get in tourneys like this.
So some slow play coming in once again for Pink Geese. Trying to gain as much information as they can before they can decide which site they want to pick. But it is this default kind of setup that we have seen so far from Cooked Ones, with the Viper on A, the Cypher on B, and this Jet over towards Wood Doors.
I wonder if they're going to try to challenge. Oh, well, they challenged the door. Oh, maybe if they get that, it's going to be a split A. But if they find out that Mumu's on here, you think the Viper's pick is used? That might be a possibility. Or you could get scanned and die.
Time. Oh, unlucky.
Beautiful.
Fed gonna find that kill, left. And that might just be the writing on the wall for the Cooked Ones. Pinky spike down, Cove up, and a lot of time starting to tick off as this defense is just trying to take their time to get through.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make haste here and try to clear main if they can.
Last player standing.
But it's gonna be just JDK having to go out here, but shut down a huge second half coming in for Jared as the rest of the team follows suit. And it started getting a little bit shaky towards the end, but still a fairly decisive victory coming in 13-8 for Pink Geese.
Attackers win.
Absolutely fantastic match, Kavian. 13-8. It felt like it was a runaway in the beginning. Then we saw that huge comeback. I mean, 4-0 in the beginning, right? For the Cooked Ones, and then the Pinkies just they caught fire. They won 8 rounds, the rest of the rounds really for the first half, and they had a little bit of a momentum shift in the second half. But I think that was the difference there. They just needed that one kill on the board. And they got Bedlam going. They got Jared going. His flashes are inspirational. So is his counterpart JDK. But Kavian, I think this was one of the best matches that we could have asked for starting here.
Oh, absolutely. It was a banger of an opening. And the great thing about it is, if you look at the scoreboard, it does look a little one-sided. But to be honest, a lot of these rounds were extremely close. And it was definitely, I think maybe the momentum gave Pink Geese a little bit of the mental edge while they were winning some of these 1v1s, 1v2s and stuff like this. But to be honest, a lot of those rounds could have gone either way. So huge clutch points for Pink Geese. And that's the kind of game that's going to give you a lot of positive momentum moving into your next match.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna get ready for the interview soon, or now. Actually, we're ready for the interview now. It's going to be Justin Fly from Pink Geese. All right, are we ready, Kavian, to interview Justin?
Always ready, man.
All right, let's do it. All right, and here he is. It's Justin. Hi, Justin.
Hi, Brown. How are you?
Doing great. Fantastic match. Kavian, take it away.
Hey Justin, congratulations on that match win. Talk us through that first timeout that you guys took. What was kind of the game plan that went through your head? Because you called it on Eco.
So we actually didn't time out. I think only the enemy team did.
Yes, it was. The other team did call timeout on that Eco. So what were you thinking during that timeout when it was called?
Okay. So yeah, I said straight up to my team, I said, so what's gonna happen here is they're gonna 5-man rush something. So we all want to play space on different sites and wait for that 5-man rush. They're gonna do some dirty little tricks somewhere, and we're gonna get flashed and abused. And I said we just gotta watch out for it. And I think they rushed up B with the majority of them, and we were ready for it. We were able to smoke and just dismantle that play.
Justin,
correct.
What did you think about your team's overall performance? And in the beginning, it seemed like it was rough with the 0-4, and then you won like 10 rounds in a row. Like, were you expecting that type of shift?
No, I honestly, well, okay, yes, I was expecting it. We had to lock in a bit. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was a little nervous at first, but I think the first couple rounds it was all nerves, and then after that fourth round we really just got in the flow. We started playing together as a team. We started calling. We started making comms, and then we just started working a lot better.
Justin, what do you think is next for your team? You know, obviously, you played now. You're 1-0. So what's the mindset going into your second match when you're going to face off against Polar's Express?
My mindset is day's over and we're 2-0.
Oh, interesting.
Calling it now.
Yeah.
Interesting. So are you saying that you are going to win against Polar's Express?
Yeah, I'm leaned all the way back. I'm chilling. I'm sipping on some water, enjoying life. I'm not even gonna stress. We got this. 2-0 is how we do it.
All
Nobody
right.
Clip it.
Everybody clip it.
Clip. All right. Well, any last words, Kavian, for Justin?
Just congratulations on the round win. I do hope that no bias, but you sound pretty confident with this 2-0, so I hope that it works out for you guys, but I would not sleep on your competition.
Yeah, no, I'm not sleeping on them. Trust me. But I know how today's gonna end.
Well, you guys heard it here first.
Well, all right. So there's Justin here. You'll see Justin a little later. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, Kavian. Well, we just saw what we saw there, and I think we should take a look at the schedule and see where we are right now. And here it is. So we just saw the Pink Geese 13-8 there. Meanwhile, on YouTube, the Exalted Honey Badgers won 12-4. Wow, that was caught in HD on YouTube. So if y'all want to watch that, make sure you all go to youtube.com/@BrowntulStar to see the rest of the matches. It looks like it'll be Yippee and Exalted Honey Badgers coming up next over there. And on this channel, it's Polar's Express versus the Cooked Ones. And just in case y'all were wondering who was playing, here it is. So all the teams and the rosters are here. We're on row number 2 now with the schedule. So make note of this, and we'll see how the tides will turn. Well, what I will say is Kavian, we just saw a fantastic first match, but they're going to be taking a break. They're going to be taking like a 1-game break. They get to see how the Cooked Ones face off against Polar's Express. So what do you think is going to be the mindset for the Cooked Ones?
Well, your backs are to the wall at this point. Turning life on the line. If you don't win here, it's guaranteed over.
Yes.
If you go down 0-2, so they're just gonna have to fight for not only getting the win, but just trying to grind out as much momentum as possible to hopefully get the win and make it on to tomorrow and have good motivation. But for Polar's Express, especially if you were just listening to that interview and hear that Pink Geese are going to come out 2-0, you're going to kind of want to come into this next game and absolutely dunk on Cooked Ones as hard as you can and kind of maybe put a little bit of an intimidation factor into Pink Geese if you can, but at least let them know it's not going to be a free win in that third match of the day.
So once again, we'll see if Polar's Express will make a statement in this next game against the Cooked Ones, or will the Cooked Ones start cooking again? Remember, they had a little bit of a momentum shift. They brought it back a little bit. So, and they're warmed up. This is the big part. Polar's Express still needs to warm up with a game, and you can't really simulate that. So that can be a huge factor for both of these teams. We'll have to see. All right, well, we're going to take a break. We actually have 20 minutes until the next game. So for those of you that missed the hype video, we're going to show the hype video right now, and then we'll see you back here. But once again, the next game that will start will be on YouTube, 4:30, Yippee versus Exalted Honey Badgers. Stay here for Polar's Express versus Cooked Ones at 4:40. For now, this is Kavian and Browntul saying BRB.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provides prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing Benel stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still love. Oh my god. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. Heaven. You're better.
Heaven.
You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go.
Party, you will not.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Yo,
standing.
the ace.
You're not wrong.
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Buddy.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please. Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
One.
Let's go!
Brim 1 fan, close John.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Long, 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 long.
We have nice. I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm making grid. One is winning, the last one out, can't call me Lil. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to Brownieval Draft Deluxe. Before we continue, I do want to make note of a error that was on our score sheet. So we fixed it now, and so just to not confuse everyone, this is the correct score now. Well, the scores are correct, but the round differential was not showing correctly. So now it's should be correct. So 13-8 was the score, Pink Geese versus Cooked Ones on this channel. And then 13-4 Exalted Honey Badgers over Red Robins on YouTube. Now the win-loss column and the round differential should be correct. But if any of you see some issues, remember, Community Gaming's got the best bracket software that will give you the most accurate results. You can go to that link over there, or type !CG for the Community Gaming link, and you can search for this tournament. It's also on our website, draft.brownieval.browntulstar.com. Okay, Kavian, well, we're through one game. We got 2 more to go, and we talked about how the Cooked Ones, what adjustments they might need to do here, but what about Polar's Express? What do you think about that when you look at their roster and how inspirational they might be?
Well, Polar Express definitely, top to bottom, has one of the scarier rosters in the tournament. Looking at guys like Darcy, Jabui, Bro, bringing a lot of superstar firepower amongst community tournament gamers. And definitely looking forward to see how they come out here, especially on Split, choosing to go on attack first. We know Split is a very defensive favored map, and choosing to go on to attack, trying to get as many rounds as possible out of the way before you can just run it down on defense is typically the strategy that most teams prefer to do. And so we can see them get comfortable. I think maybe 3 rounds minimum. If you get 3 rounds, you're very comfortable. Well, you're maybe not very comfortable. 3 rounds is comfortable. 4 rounds, you're very, very excited. Right, and it all has to do with how the game plays out and the 2 team comps that come out of this game. But I think 3 to 4 rounds is really the key that you want to achieve. Anything less than 3 is kind of danger zone. Just because while it is defensive sided, it's easy to win a round or 2 either way. But I'm very, very excited to see them come out, especially because, as we mentioned before the break, Pink Geese maybe said that the Polar Express wasn't, gonna be able to win the next game. So Polar Express definitely gonna want to come out here and play their hardest and show Pink Geese that maybe they shouldn't quite be so confident with their trash talk.
Here's the lobby. We already saw how the Cooked Ones played and who was on the roster there. But looking at Polar's Express, just for formalities here, we got Polar, the captain, and then it's Jabui, Rogue, Darcy, and Emily. What a star-studded group of people on the Express lane. Alright, and like you mentioned, Kavian, I feel like on attack, it's just all about pushing the pace, and you're gonna expect to win on attack side. So I like the 3 round threshold. 3 rounds, 4 rounds. If I can get that type of scoreline on defense, I would feel pretty good about myself going to the other half. As long as you can flip the switch, you get to that side. Assuming you're down, going to the second half, then you get onto attack. Then I think you can get the momentum going there.
Yeah, for sure. And Split, it's not always as one-dimensional as the numbers tell. Sometimes teams just are absolutely dynamic on their attack rounds. You see this with teams that are very, very good at playing Raze, teams that are very good at playing Jet, and being able to get a lot of early pressure onto the defense with these kind of entry duelists leading the way. And so I think there's definitely a lot of potential for both of these offenses to be explosive. we saw Cooked Ones in their last match actually look fairly competent on their attack half. Even though they did lose the last 8 rounds of the half, they still looked good. They didn't look like it wasn't a blowout in the game as much as it looked on paper. And so I would like to see them bring that momentum back from how they started map 1, or I guess their first round, and really kind of drive it home and get their tournament back on the line. Because as we said, if they do lose this round, it's all over for them for this tournament.
Agent Select presented by drawwithkristi on your screen right now. Use code brownieval10 for 10% off your order on Toffee the Brown Bear and all the wonderful stickers you can get from the one and only Kristi. So, interesting here, we got the Astra appearance now. We tend to see all sorts of different controllers in brownieval, but what about that double controller comp on attack with the Viper and Omen? Avian, that's going to be crucial for the Polars Express.
Actually really like this pick. It gives you a different way to play the map. You see a lot of times teams, especially in ranked play, like to bring that Sage to kind of hold down your mid and kind of effectively make it a lot harder for the attackers to be able to get that mid presence, mid control. But bringing the Viper allows you the freedom, because Omen can run across the map and smoke wherever, right? So giving that Viper allows you to either decide to heavily lock down one map and free up this Omen to kind of be very flexible, or you can prioritize Viper towards that mid section and be able to lock that down, similar to kind of how Sage would in an effort to keep that defense, to keep that offense from being able to push through. So I feel like this is definitely kind of a pick geared more towards this defensive half, but it's still very good on attack as well. Typically, you'll see this Viper default over towards the A site to be able to set up any kind of a lurk potential, anything really being able to kind of spark the team to kind of really be able to push through to either site, whichever one they choose. So I'm very excited. And we do see, of course, I think the big thing to highlight here is this double Raze matchup. No Jets being brought onto this. Not really needing that operator as much on this map, but it's going to be Raze versus Raze. Whichever one of these two duelists, I think, can have the most impact. Not necessarily the most kills, but just the most impact in general. Being able to fight for the space for their team is going to be what determines this map.
Now we're still on the loading screen, that's why we're still here in this scene, so let's be patient a little bit here. But I also want to mention that the Cooked Ones, they're getting a step ahead here. They're got Matt on the Breach and JDK on Sky, so whenever we flip it over to the attacking side, it seems they're really thinking ahead on what they want to do on with their big flash utility. And now you can see the compositions on your screen, how that's going to go. So they're all planning out for the attacking side, that's for sure. Well, Turtle cannot stop doing that. He is spamming. Turtle's definitely ready. We saw Turtle popping off earlier. He was one of the highlights in the earlier game, KV, and let's see if putting him on a Raze is going to help him out here.
Well, here we go. Round 1 underway. It is going to be a pretty standard default one towards either side of the map, with Bree pushing through mid. Darcy going to take a lot of space to get up into this male area. Is cut off from the team by the paint shells, but not able to get healed up quite yet, as Emily is kind of pushed back and taken down.
Spike down.
Olinyar, 2 quick kills, continuing that momentum from their first map. JDK will lose out the fight to Rogue over towards this A site, but the rest of the team pretty much down for the count there in mid.
Right there.
And the defense hovering over the spike. A great opening for the Cooked Ones.
Now, Rogue should go down here.
Last player standing.
He does get one, but once again, that mid area is just so crucial. If you can take that space on attack, then you feel good about yourself going in. And you see the spam there for some turtles already on a good start. I mentioned it earlier in the round. 3 kills already for the race.
Yeah, and this is where you see this team may have lost their last match, but they definitely, as he said, played well, played with a lot of energy, and we see that coming here, transition into this opening round. Some great communication, great callouts there, using this double initiator utility extremely effectively. And if they can continue that and start building up some of these rounds, it could be over before Polar's Express even gets a chance to fight back.
Now, I really like this smoke here, or actually it was a fake nebula from our Astra on defense. And that's the way that you can get a lot of space on the A main. And if they take down Rogue here, that's also huge. You take down one of the controllers, and it makes it a little bit tougher for the attackers. They get a little bit limited options now.
Yeah, now the push in through B Heaven. Defense has fallen back. You do have one player, this KJ, holding kind of the CT entrance. Mumu is going to claim that first kill, claim a second one onto Darcy as well. The Spectre doing great work. Aliniar grabbing a kill as well onto Team Captain Polar, and then the rest of it cleaned up by, obviously, Matt. And we've seen this same thing being brought in, where Matt deciding to spend some of these early rounds on this Ghost. We saw that in their Breeze match. We see it again here on Split. Matt opting to kind of build a lot of economic value here instead of worrying about getting these guns.
You saw that replay there, how great Mumu is on the Killjoy, and I really love Killjoy on this map. I like that Mumu is switching sides here and there. There's a lot of potential when you use the Swarm Grenade lineups, and just keeping you on your toes whenever you run onto site. I think a lot of these players get too eager and forget that the Killjoy Swarms are actually a very strong piece of utility. So they gotta be able to shut down the Killjoy wherever site they go to.
There.
And a fast push by Darcy up into B Heaven. A trade will come out from Aliniar before getting taken down by Jay Bui. So free sight here. And I believe this is even the first time Polar Express has gotten Spike down so far this match.
And they plant it in a pretty good area. They plant for long, so they got a couple of angles, but all the attackers are staying on site, so it's going to be a big bloodbath on there.
Trying to push through Heaven on this retake, and you might as well go for it. It's definitely not a fight that you shouldn't be taking here on this eco round. The one thing that you maybe are trying to do is not give up free kills for Old Thorbs. Now that's exactly what's going to happen. JDK here on the flank, and the exit going to find one, find two, find three!
Okay.
A beautiful spray down with the Stinger, and Mumu actually going to find one as well on the exit, and that's actually huge.
Okay, that was a pretty big turn of events. I saw Mumu running away. I thought that was going to be that save over there, and then you saw the exit, obviously. JDK has been one of those inspirational players that can string together a couple of kills when you least expect it. I mean, you can't really sleep on this, and now, if you think about it, the Sky has built up a couple of ult points there. You got the Seekers coming up soon. That could be crucial.
Turret out.
Once again, default setup. 3 players lean towards mid. 4 Polars Express, and Darby seems to be extremely comfortable just trying to get this space, get some of these opening engagements for the team. Will spot out map, but not able to win it out. That kind of utility halo sometimes will get in the way and make it hard for you to see. And a lot of chaos going on in mid. Is Emily left all alone. 3K coming in for Aliniar.
And that's exactly how exciting these rounds can be sometimes in the mid area. Because the map is so small that you get situations like this where you take all this space and you think you're in the green light, but then suddenly you start losing players through the nebula, and then the defenders start coming in hot. They're already cooking. And I told you all earlier, you can't sleep on the cooked ones. They are. You never know when they start sizzling. Oh, yeah, that's That's something you know, we call it streakiness in sports. You get on a big streak, big momentum shift. It's one of those streaks that I think we're gonna see going here, Kavian.
So, eco round here for Polar's Express. Fast push up into A heaven. JDK will find Rogue, finds a second onto Darcy. Pop flash around the corner. Not gonna connect, but it doesn't even matter. Turtle there for the backup. JDK 3K on the round, and it's Polar left all alone.
JDK, wow, he's in incredible situations where he's able to isolate the defense or his enemies rather, and get those string of kills.
Some good damage and a gun drop, but a lot of momentum still going the way for Cooked One, so probably not going to hurt too much in the long run. A very effective round there coming in for the defense.
And most importantly, I don't think many people expected Polar's Express to be down in the scoreline, especially when you see the scrims, how dominant they have been, and here they are. This is one of those challenges where they're not completely comfortable. They just saw the Cooked One struggle a little bit in that first game. I guess, as we mentioned earlier, they didn't really struggle that much. They're all warmed up, and Polar's Express, although they're down by 3, it must feel like they're down by 10, given how their scrims were going earlier. It was they must have felt they should have been in the lead. So I'm going to see how the Polar's Express is going to adjust. Can they keep their team's mentals in check here and just be able to put themselves in positions to be able to trade each other? To see this mid area being open, you don't want to get too excited about it. You see that dark cover being placed up there in mid, so that will help them out a little bit. But that's the key here, Kavian. You can't get too flustered by it. Just play the game that you knew how to play in the scrims, and you will get back on track.
And once again, 3 players push through mid, and now 4th as they get the regroup from Polar. Darcy gonna just push right through, cut off from the rest of the team, but still able to get this kill. JDK caught out as well by Jay Bui on the flank.
Last player standing. Spike down
And
A.
a flawless execution here. Mumu left all alone. Darcy, 3K on the round, and just like that, Polar's Express comes firing right back.
Yeah, so they slowed down a little bit. They gathered themselves. They decided on a game plan. You saw Darcy hold W there with the help of the guiding light to get that kill, but just a series of fortunate placements there and positionings, and once they're able to play together, most important, they're able to trade each other. Right, that's the key here. They're able to trade, win those gunfights, and that's how they're able to win that round. And hopefully they can make it 2 here, at least if you're Polar's Express, that's what you want right now.
Early engagement there as Rogue trying to bait out a peek. The peek does come, and Rogue completely unprepared for somebody to be from a main.
Beautiful recall there.
And now, if you're Polar's Express, that is, fortunately for you, your secondary smokes down. Which means you still can get some value from this Omen. Maybe we're gonna find one onto Turtle, as Polar gonna find a second as well. Darcy!
1 enemy remaining.
Connecting. Beautiful showstopper there, and all of a sudden JDK left 1v3, but very winnable situation here.
Winnable because it's JDK, and he's strung together a couple of 3Ks.
Full utility. I honestly would not be surprised if we see JDK come out on top of this one.
You just saw Polar there. He's going to try to beat it out and get onto site. Oh, but not now. That's a little bit tougher here with the smokes out.
There you go. JDK will find the one before getting taken down. And now 4-3. Starting to get a little bit of a comeback here for Polar's Express.
I want to look at this replay again of the mid area. So you see that Darcy throwing out the paint shells, trying to bait out the defense. He actually ran out and tried to use the nebulas for coverage. And then look at this trade here. Okay, Darcy gets the kill, Emily trades, and these trades are important, and that's the key identity of the Polar Express. That's how they're able to be successful, because even if they lose players, they always have someone that is able to have their teammates back and keep the numbers on their side.
So return to the norm this time. 3 players pushing down mid for Polar Express. Something they're not going to be necessarily used to is a linear here with the judge in mid. Does spot out Rogue, and some readings exchanged by Darcy. What a shot, going to clean up a linear.
Man, that is so unfortunate for LNER, but that is the green light for the Polar Express. Darcy leading the charge there into heaven, and I think they should take this B site pretty easily based on the momentum.
Welcome to my world.
And Viper's gonna come out. This should seal the deal for Polar Express here. Spike able to go down as well. 3K on the round for Darcy.
Last player standing.
Is there anything else to be found? It's an ace for Darcy. First ace, at least on our side of the bracket today.
I lost track of the count. I didn't think that was gonna come down to that, but that's beautiful. It makes you feel good about that, huh? Look at this again.
Absolutely.
Powered by Community Gaming. Through the smoke. And a nice ace for our wonderful Raze Darcy, who's got 10 kills right now for Polar Express. Look on the A side. Look at this. It's a little split here, KVN. Like through the toxin screens. That is huge. And somehow Rogue wins it out.
Rogue finding 2 there. Absolutely impeccable timing. As the rest of the players are going to flood through, this is going to be an early push back up by these last 2 defenders. But with this gun disadvantage, for sure, it's Emily winning it out. 2 great shots. And that's an easy wrap up. And we see Polar Express get 5 rounds here on the attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I think the toxic screens actually split and isolated Rogue. That's how he got the 2K there. And when you have something like that happen, then you're really having the luck on your side. And you have the lead here. That makes you feel even better. Now, if you're the Cook ones, you had the early lead. Now it's starting to be a little bit tough, but you got JDK who's got the lead here on the kill board. And more importantly, the mid control, I think, when they were able to get those kills in mid, they had full control over what the attackers could do. So as long as they can figure out this mid area, I like the guiding light potential. Maybe Turtle's going to satchel in with the showstopper. That's an option. We'll have to see.
Flash should give away this heavy mid presence, but it's something that these defenders should be prepared for. But shaking things up as Turtle goes and plays behind a box.
See how hesitant that Darcy is here on mid, and he does not want to push that smoke. He doesn't want to really push mid without any other options. Of course, A seems open right now, so they're going to rotate over there, but that's exactly what the Cook wants you to do. Just hold down the mid area, cause some stop here for the Polar Express.
Cover going out.
And just like that, in the blink of an eye, A site planted on. JDK will find one from ramp. 3v4, rifles in hand. Still winnable, but this player close isn't spotted out by that guiding light. Darcy will take down JDK. Rogue gonna find one in heaven, and Mumu here pretty much gonna be forced into a save. No, we'll get spotted out by Rogue. It's yet another 3K on the round for Rogue. And it feels like every time we see one of these players coming in for Polar Express, it's somebody getting a 3K.
If I'm Mumu right now, I would be calling timeout here to discuss what's going on, because that's 5 rounds in a row for Polar Express, led by the barrage of 3Ks that we've seen. And it's a team effort as well. Just look at the scoreboard. Everyone's trading in terms of who's picking up the kills, who's picking up the pace when they go onto site here. Now, remember, 1 timeout per half. So this half is about to end here. I definitely would think about this timeout. I know the scoreline is okay, but it'd be nice to just use it, make it, well, at this point, maybe try to make it 6-6 here. That'd make you feel better going to the second half.
You definitely don't want to be down at halftime going onto your attack side. But it is a save round for Cooked Ones. They're gonna have to try to find a miracle to try to push this out. Jay Bowie will open things up on to JDK over towards A ramps before getting shut down.
Oh, interesting. That's the secret's out early here.
Showstopper blindly shot through the smoke, will claim Rogue. Look at this close frenzy from Mumu. This actually could net a lot of value, especially on the other side
30
of
seconds left.
this cosmic divide.
Planted.
Polar will find
Last
the
player
lurking
standing.
Aleniar.
Finished. My ultimate is ready.
You used your lockdown here? You actually have coverage because of the cosmic divide. I would actually try to use it here.
Yeah, I think it would be huge to use, but especially going into this high-low stack, it's pretty much the only way you win the round.
Team Ace.
And there it is. I guess maybe instead deciding to save it for the next round
Last
when you
round
have
before the switch.
full guns, trying to make a more aggressive play with it, but 7-4, definitely not the start that I would have thought we would see here on this map. Like I said at the beginning, definitely not out of the question. Attackers can win this if they figure out this mid presence, but
yeah,
not expected.
You see here on that replay by Community Gaming, I feel like it was worth the risk to try to use that lockdown, but now, if you're saving it for this round, that means you've got to try to win this round here. You got the ult advantage, actually, with the 3 ults up. You have the breach ult as well. You can cause some huge thunder in the ground. So if they can combine that together for a retake, maybe you just play for retake, Kavian, with these ults. Nice kill there from Turtle using that operator. We haven't really seen much of the op. We thought we wouldn't see it because of the agent selections, but now you have that shot going off. I think that's good for the defense, Kavian.
Yeah, now forcing the attackers to kind of funnel out of this mid area that they would have liked to have gone through. And instead, it's going to be a 3-man push through this B main.
Good camera here. And there's the lockdown. That's going to be crucial here. They can't get the plant down, you force them out, or you just get Turtle to do everything. That also works. Maybe they should have given Turtle the operator earlier.
Well, it is a 3K for Turtle here. Polar going to try to work back towards A with the ultimate. But Aleniar is going to be forced to run away.
Oh, look.
10 seconds left.
The bomb is late.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Surely no time for this. Indeed, no. Polar's just going to be content with trying to find a kill here to maybe pad the stats a little bit. A nice shot on the Turtle.
Switching sides.
Wow. But still, 7 rounds is fantastic for your attack half.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And when we look at the
30 seconds left.
the scoreboard after this, the first look at this nice 3K there with the operator for Turtle. But the big thing that I talked about in the agent select was the fact that there are 2 initiators on the Cooked Ones. They got the Sky and the Breach. They can combine together, and it's 5-7. That's actually a pretty close half considering. I mean, if they can turn it up here on attack and make something happen, then the Cooked Ones are actually in great position here. So depending on your perspective, I think the Cooked Ones feel a bit confident on the potential of this attack.
Rogue gonna spot out to mid. Will get stunned up, so JDK will be able to find that kill before getting traded out by Darzi. But that does give up B Heaven control to Cooked Ones.
Blocking vision.
Nice dark cover here, but now you're able to get through. You get the side control, and most importantly, you gotta get this plant down.
Information given away. They know where at least one of these players are due to that tripwire. But Paint Shell's gonna force Polar to be late to the party. They know exactly where Polar is, spotting him out earlier off that Paint Shell contact.
Shadows traveling.
And now, still looking for our first big clutch of the day. Matt, though, instead, a 4K on the round pistol round.
Don't worry.
And
Don't think it.
just like that, one round separates these two teams again.
And the Cook Ones are pretty much in good position to tie the game at 7-7. And although it was a little bit rough for them going into sight, they saw the dark covers coming up from Polar. But, I mean, double flashes. I mean, those smokes mean nothing if you can flash through them. As long as they play together, I actually would expect them to play together. And look where LNR is. He's playing in the mid area. And with Astra, you can put your stars globally. So you don't know where this Astra is. You can put your stars down anywhere. That's also important for these lurk plays if you want that option. So that's what they're trying to do here, the Cook Ones.
Oh, Polar's elbow spotted out there by Turtle, but Turtle actually going to find the kill on it to Emily, who also got spotted out, Heaven. 2 quick kills coming in for free for the attackers before Darcy able to capitalize on maybe some lax play there from their raised counterpart and finding a second into mid on a linear. Time is ticking, though. For this retake.
They planted for Heaven too, so whenever the defenders inevitably get onto site, you can get a rotation up into ramps and you have all the advantage.
But Darzi trying to clear it will get taken down by Mumu holding a close angle with the Spectre. And Jbui not able to find anything with the right click. Gets a 3K on the round for JDK. Can we just call this the match of the 3Ks?
He did it again. JDK's got like 2 of them.
I think at this point. Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Replayed by Community Gaming. You see the play where Matt was going to use that blind side there, but hey, 2 wall bangs by the way. Also, if you see in the replay, that's JDK. That means you are you got all the luck on your side and not just skill. I mean, he's got everything. What does JDK not have?
Me.
Ah, that is true. For now.
True. But always ask. I'd probably say yes. What?
Poison's on.
Here we go. First full buy round coming in for Polar's Express, and this is typically where we see defenses start to take off on their defensive half when they get these rifles in hand. It's usually where they can start forcing a lot of these more favorable matchups that we see teams tend to get on the defensive half. But so waiting for the signal. Here we go. Fast push out on it to be the exec is beautiful. Spike should be able to go down with no issues behind all of this utility.
Spike planted.
And it's going to be a 5-man retake.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do these retakes. I can see a little bit into the future when you're faced off against the Astra Nebula as Matt gets an eco kill on a rogue and you only have one initiative to flash through and then everyone's just so congregated. Oh, maybe I changed my mind. Looks like it is possible.
Enough. My ult's ready.
But not planted for the garage hold. An easy stick.
Oh, I was gonna say that it was an impossible retake, it seemed, just because by the time the plant is down, you're still trying to get your defense together, and then all of a sudden, the Polar's Express just starts spraying, and you see the kill feed fill up with green, and they win the round. That's amazing. And most importantly, I mean, the reason why you mentioned is forcing the attackers off of where they planted for default. So, other than that, I was gonna say like keep going B if you're the cook ones. It's working, but I changed my mind. It seems like it doesn't always work.
I've got your
In a lot of trouble. Will get Turtle down to below half HP, but not able to clean it up. Rogue gonna get forced out of this position by these paint shells as well. JDK already on site, dogging through CT, and Spike down. That
All
was
sorts
so
of space.
fast.
Yeah, beautiful. Somehow they're able to just take all this space and force these retake scenarios where the defense is caught off guard.
And Rogue either huge 5-head or had some signs, but able to take down Turtle there in that little cubby wave. But it's a quick 2K for Linear. Polar last alive. 1v3, but not a lot of time left. I think Polar's gonna have to save this gun. Maybe play an exit here. You know, just gonna decide to dip out and take this gun into the next round. So we're seeing a much more attacker-sided map here on split. And what do you think is leading to this more attacker-sided spread?
Called it already. It's the double initiator. At least for this half, double initiator for cooked ones is working wonders. JDK has been taking space like no one owns it. Like you can play like 2 Monopoly boards and take all the land there. In the first half, it was really, you know, Polar's Express identity was just they play fast. They've always been able to take space when they can get the first kill. So that's part of their identity. But I think the cook ones, they've definitely made some sort of adjustment outside the scrims where they felt double initiator, at least in for a map like this, but just playing double initiator to force them to take space and use the utility to take space. That has been the answer for them.
Yeah, and it's been interesting to see as well this kind of contrast in ideals. You'll see a Linear push through. 2 quick kills going to come up into the Heaven and Vince, making it a 4v3. But Jibber able to pick up a gun.
Cage trigger.
Gonna get away on the back of this Cypher cage and potentially could actually come up for a huge kill from behind. I don't know if anybody's gonna be prepared for this re-aggression from Vince. Star's gonna find one onto Turtle. Showstopper's well gonna get one on a default spot, and all of a sudden it's 2v2.
Oh,
and there it is. Jibber does finally come through Vince, and it's Matt left. Spotted out by Neural Theft. No utility available, and Jibber gonna win it out. And there's that defensive round that we were expecting coming in from Polar's Express as the spike is diffused.
You called it, KVN, but I don't know if you caught the part where Emily actually peeked from the defender spawn, and then all the focus was on Emily, and then we all just forgot that there was a lurker in Jibber. It's beautiful. Replay from Community Gaming. So Darcy got the 2 kills, and you see this right here? JDK was so distracted, so focused on that screens player, and of course the great use of the abilities to take down Matt there. Wow. We're having a fantastic game so far, KVN.
And I think it's very interesting to see how these two teams have contrasted in styles, right? We saw in that first half on Polar's Express attack, they were very aggressive through mid with 1 or 2 lurkers on either side. As you see Turtle clean up this first kill, but for cooked ones, it's been almost exclusively 5-man pushes through one of the 2 mains.
Yeah, I mean, why not? And you have 2 initiators, so
exactly.
Just flash everyone, take space, you get the site, you win.
Fight is down. Lenny are somehow matrixing around all of those bullets that Rogue just sent out. Playing DDR something. But 2 kills are going to go the way of the attackers, making it a 1v4 now. Jibber last alive. and absolutely bullied as we go back to a tie game.
Oh man, I don't even know like what you're supposed to do to get the lead here, to at least hold a 2-round lead. I'm wondering what they're thinking in their heads right now, what the comms are like for both of these teams. And of course 18 kills there, JDK and Darzi on the other side just doing his job as well. Man, like, I don't know what to say, Kadian, but this is absolutely box office.
Fast push out on to A. And unfortunately, my mini-map has disappeared, so I'm casting pretty blind here.
hit the apostrophe. Hit the apostrophe. We'll get it back up for you.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to have to just freestyle.
That basically is the beauty of all these flashes that you're seeing, Kadian. We're just as blind as you are.
My computer has finally fried thanks to this double initiator comp coming in from Cooked Ones, as we see them cooking here to a 10-9 lead. First to double digits here on this map.
And that round just went so fast. What a beautiful entry. I mean, at this point, I think the Cooked Ones are satisfied with just holding W key with their flashes, and they nothing can seem to stop them. I know this was a save, but it's right now they're definitely cooking. So what's the score this half? 5-2. Well, that is a very attacker-sided comp if you ask me. Now Post Express is on the ropes here. They're gonna have to start thinking about what they want to do in terms of, like, do they need to call a timeout here to slow the momentum? Because we're starting to run out of rounds. We're getting very close to 12-12.
Turtle a little bit off timing there with the blast pack, or maybe a fake. Never seen a fake blast pack before, but a linear gonna clean up Rogue in mid, and now the re-hit towards this B site with 2 players going through mid now.
There.
Oh, huge timing. I think Turtle actually heard the noise from Darzi going up mid. But as long as it's smoked off and they can isolate the male play, I think that will be the move. Yeah, there goes the Nebula. So they're gonna try to get Polar here.
Polar able to TP away. A lot of damage done to Turtle, though, off of that paint shell. JDK, though, will claim Emily. Linear gonna find Turtle or Polar on the repeat, but once again, it's JBWE coming through with Darzi in the lead here through this B heaven.
Man, did you save here? 2v5?
I think you have to. Money is tight.
Yeah.
Right now.
And think of the score line too. You don't want to be down 2, but I mean, there's only so many rounds where you can make the money back, so you do have to save. Maybe they try to get an exit kill here.
Yeah, and definitely a crazy turn of events here, and it's so hard for Polar's Express right now because it's hard to hold sight because you have 2 initiators, right? So you can just immediately get stunned up, get flashed, and it's just difficult for you to hold the site. But it's also difficult for you to retake for the exact same reason, because if you don't find the exact right timing window, you're just going to get re-hit by all of the utility, and I think that's exactly why this timeout is getting called here.
There.
So Polar's Express calling timeout, and we'll take the time to tell you to check out what our sponsors have to offer by using command CG and Kristi to check out Community Gaming and Draw with Kristi. Hey, brownieval 10% off your order on Kristi's Toffee the Brown Bear merchandise. And maybe we got to give them some teddy bears here because Polar's Express, they're down now, right? But I think they got some potential with the 3 ults, KV, and if they can use those in one of these rounds and get the momentum back on their side, then we're going to have a fantastic ending to this game. Otherwise, the Cooked Ones are cooking.
There.
Yeah, and you are on a save round for at least guaranteed 2 of these players.
There.
Polar maybe opts to buy into a gun, but I think we'll also choose to save along. Maybe some kind of a half buy gets scrounged up, but it's difficult. And yeah, I honestly, I don't know what the strategy is for them, because as I was saying, you have to find that perfect retake window, or find a way to completely shut down the attack before they're able to even get this utility usage off. And
yeah, like I don't think the retakes are really working because they're always so scrambled trying to get it back. But hey, maybe this helps. The cooked ones are slow this time. That's interesting. So that actually plays in favor of Polar Express. They like to play at this slightly slower pace on defense. So, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah, first true default we're really seeing out of cooked ones in this half, as the team is converging on mid.
Still, Kavian, they're playing together. That's the most important part. If they can trade together, that's how the cooked ones can have success.
Guiding Light gonna come out, force Polar off of this angle, and now it's the fast push through Mail in it to be heaven. JDK is pushed out by the Omen Flash, but easily dealt with.
Oh, look at that advantage defenders. They got the Seekers out too.
Player standing. Spike down B.
Oh my goodness.
Darzy with a huge 3K. What a well drawn. You still call it kind of a retake there, even though Spike wasn't down, but gave up the site and then immediately came back. And this is exactly what I was talking about. They need to find that lull just when it looks like we have cooked ones winning the round. You kind of disappear for a second, draw them in, and then hit them with a huge crushing wave right there. A beautiful retake coming in, and now back to a 1-round difference.
Man, I just can't believe what I saw on that round, and that's exactly what Polar Express needed. I'm surprised once again that the cooked ones aren't just going. I mean, that's been working for them. Maybe with this Cosmic Divide, that's the green light for them to go, and here they come, Kavian.
Yeah, and with this Cosmic Divide, they're going to be able to get a free push down into main. Polar going to get forced out of here by some of this breach utility, but 3 quick kills coming from backside. Darzy with the showstopper. Darzy at 3K. Matt doing everything, trying to grab 2 back there at the end, but all of a sudden...
I hate waiting. Let's do this.
It's something in this timeout that was said is allowing these players from Polar Express to just the mental and mind games being played right now, making cooked ones think that their site is free is actually insane.
Yeah, they're not fully clearing some of these corners. They think it's clear because of the util. You saw Darzy get the showstopper off of those kills, and that's what led to that quick trigger to use the ults. And now look at this. Look at this aggression from Polar Express. They have not really done this round. Taking this space is huge for them, but they can get these kills.
Mumu gonna get forced out by the paint shells, taken down to 27 HP, but out with their life. Should be able to get healed up by the Sky. But that will hurt in the long run, as they won't be able to use that heal for later in the round during this post plant.
I've got your trail.
Chica's gonna come out, will spot the one. Heaven, but Polar somehow the spray down gonna find JDK. 2 kills coming in though, in refrag from cooked ones.
That's Psych control here. You should take it here now.
Look at how close Rogue is playing. Paint Shell's gonna force Rogue back. The Darzy gonna regroup. It's gonna be a 3v4 retake. This round so crucial.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, and it's just not even fair. Matt from behind. Rogue gonna find one. 1v3 winnable. Rogue gonna have to find at least one here quickly. swing from Linear, too good. Linear now 22-17, trying to close out this game and save their tournament. And for Polar Express, it's one round between overtime and having to go into their final match being down 0-1.
And they are poor, Kavian. They're poor right now. The Polar Express, they're becoming creative here with the buys. They certainly can't buy full util here. Maybe. At least they got some rifles out, but this is not the type of scenario you want to be when you have to get around to force overtime. But hey, you never know. I mean, we saw that inspirational round the round before, so maybe you can get a couple kills. You got the Neuro Theft as well. That can be exciting. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see what happens. We're gonna enjoy the show here, Kavian.
Indeed, and look to this rolling thunder from Matt being the key thing that potentially decides this round.
Yes. Yes, whichever side they go to, you got full coverage there if you use the rolling thunder. And I can't wait to see where it's being used here.
Opening pick goes the way of Cooked Ones. They smell blood in the water. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Polar forced out of heaven, but able to group back up with Emily, so it should be two there, trying to hold things down. Waiting for the rest of the group to pick back up. It's going to be a 4v5 retake. Darzi going to come through, try to group up as well. Will find the kill onto JDK, so that's one down. Back to a 4v4. Rolling Thunder is already gone. Neuro Theft available. If J Bowie can find one, J Bowie finds a Linear. It's huge. All three of these players potentially going to get forced off of this location. And Matt tagged up deeply. Two players, 20 HP. Turtle though finding a 3K.
Oh!
Attackers win.
And at the most clutch moment, Turtle finds a 3K on the round to push the team through just when it looked like Polar Express were gonna grasp it from their claws.
Oh my goodness, unbelievable comeback here. That was amazing. That final kill there, courtesy of Community Gaming. Oh my gosh, I am at loss for words at what we just saw there, and it's all thanks to our good friend Ellen Yar and Turtle and JDK, our 3K gang of there. Hey, it's 3 players in double figures, or in the 20s range rather, for the cooked ones. They really cooked Kavian.
Yeah, that was incredible gameplay coming out and down to the wire pretty much every single round. And the crazy thing is, you mentioned that 3 players in the 20K, but the crazy thing for me is 2 players from the same team both had 6 first bloods, and yet this game still turned out the way that it did, which just goes to show you how mentally resilient Polar's Express was throughout this entire match. Even though they knew they had lost the opening pick more than half the time, they were still coming up huge, winning rounds that in theory should be against them, and hopefully they can take that little bit of momentum and go into their next match, because now they're the ones on the chopping block if they can't win this next match.
Wow, that is, if you look at the assist column, by the way, Kavian. Look at Ellen Yar and Matt with the double on the assists. That is a lot of assists for that. And in fact, Ellen Yar being the team MVP as an Astra, like that, I think that's insane. You're gotta risk your smokes there. I know he was lurking some of those rounds, but and what about that? These stats are just fascinating. Of course, you don't want to sleep on Polar's Express here, and Darzi did a wonderful job, but we got the full distance. We got the full price of admission for this 13-11. So, wow, just wow.
That was an incredible game. So I think it's time for our interview.
Yes, looks like it will be JDK, our master of 3Ks, and we'll have to wait for him to enter waiting room. But what can you say about JDK? I think JDK, he's just or actually it looks like it's not JDK. But hey, now that we're on the topic, what do you think about JDK getting all those 3Ks?
A JDK, one of the most consistent players in and out of all of these tournaments. Maybe not top of the leaderboard every time due to the role that JDK tends to play on this initiator, but constantly coming up clutch, constantly being able to just provide for the team when they need it, whether it's utility, information, or just the ability to, like you said, get these 3Ks. And tournament in, tournament out, it's JDK always being a consistent and valuable member to his team. But we have Alinyar here,
yes,
for the interview. Congratulations on your win. Brown, would you like to start off?
Yes. First of all, congratulations on the victory here. And first of all, talk about your 6 first bloods on Astro. It's kind of insane.
Honestly, I didn't even know I had 6 first bloods. The Astro is kind of my map. Not my map. Split is kind of my map when it comes to Astro. I think it's one of the few maps right now in the pool where I can play like the hardest comfort pick I know, because that was my OG before like, the Astro got me. So Astro's so fun, right? In terms of the first bloods, honestly, I was not focusing on it. I was focused on, because I have to call for my teams too, so I honestly didn't even recognize I got a bunch of first bloods.
So, tell me a little bit more about your approach to this game. Obviously, the first game didn't go too great, but going into this game, it seemed like you all had some attacking plan, especially since you selected 2 initiators, even on the defensive side, at least to start with.
The 2 inning was kind of my idea in a sense, because it was taking off of the Sentinels comp in partnership, and understanding like I know kind of how to play Split. As much as I hate Split, by the way, Split is my least favorite map. I definitely enjoy playing I am putting ideas on this map. So double inning, I just wanted like to set up turtle a lot and to add a lot of poke utility with whether it be flash or stunning. Especially with the Astra, I feel like I was gonna go Omen originally, but I think Astra is just more of my comfort, and I knew how to play Astra on this map. So yeah, most of my team comp was heavily inspired off of tier 1 and just overall ideas. I feel like I'm really good.
All right. Well, I want to ask you to bring that microphone way close to your mouth as you talk to Kavian's got some words for you.
So congratulations. Obviously, you guys played well. And it's crazy how different this game was than the first game, because I feel like that first game, even though on the scoreboard it maybe looks like it was a little bit one-sided, definitely there were so many rounds in that first half during the first game where it could have gone either way. And so to see that actually start going your way this game is just a testament to see how consistent you guys were through both of these games. But specifically on Split, most people know it as an extremely defender favored map. Going down 7-4 early in that first half, was there any concerns going into y'all's mind knowing you were going to have to go into the attack half on the second half?
Okay, before I answer that, is my mic better or?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
It's better, but I gotta make sure Kavian stops talking, so I slammed the slider up for you. So I got you. Now it's good for you.
So yeah, honestly, as like having to lead the team in a sense and calling strats and stuff like that, I have to take pride in like making sure like the team's mental is up. So a lot of my like talks in whether it be the half or pre-game is just like have fun out there and to play our game. Other than that, I think we weren't super concerned about being down. Honestly, most of my talk at the half was like, hey, let's ignore the score right now, treat it like practice, treat it like a normal game, have fun out there, and then figuring out kind of their weaknesses. They adjusted to our weaknesses after shutout because the mid trip was definitely a little bit of pressure, but I think we figured out basically how they played the defense, and we just tried to play our game too. There's a point where I did overthink a lot of strat calling, But I have to shout out Mumu for this because she literally said, let's go back to the basics and what we did, and that's how we were able to close it out fully.
W shout out to Mumu there. And last thing before we let you go, for now, y'all are kind of hanging in the balance here, 1-1. Going into this next match, do you have a team that you're rooting for, or would you rather it all end 1-1 and kind of leave it up to chance?
It would be very funny if it was 1-1 and we leave it to like a Hail Mary prayer. But in general, I think our team, and even myself, I think, is rooting for Justin to get the 2-0 in the group.
All right. Well, good luck with this next game. Even though you're not playing, hopefully it works out in y'all's favor. Get some rest. You guys deserve it. Playing back-to-back games, and hopefully we get to see you again tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that is Ellen Yar, and we're gonna move on now. And the one thing for sure, Kavian, if the cooked ones, if they win this tournament, they should funnel all of the prize money to get a new microphone for Ellen Yar, because I did my best and it still wasn't not enough. So we will make justice for Ellen Yar, maybe, if actually we won't hear from the team now because the two games have been played, but we'll see. Maybe there'll be a chance, but we'll funnel some prize money to Ellen Yar. Okay, now Kavian, like you mentioned, the 1-1, that's interesting. Let's take a look at the schedule now. And well, it's close. Our games have been close. I don't know. Okay, how do we do the math here? So the next game is Pink Geese versus Polar's Express, and not only do you have to win. Well, first of all, you have to win if you're Polar's Express. That, no doubt about that. But the second part is how many rounds you have to win by. Well, I guess if you win, you're in, right? Because cooked ones, you got -3 round diff. I don't know if you see the same thing on the screen, Kavian, in our observer feed, but I think it's literally Polar's Express wins, they're in. It's not actually that crazy math, unless someone can do math better than me. So
yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm looking at, and while this is, probably maybe a little bit concerning for cooked ones, because like I said, if Polar Express wins, they are in, but I think it actually instead puts a lot of pressure on Polar's Express, because that all you have to do is win and you're in, but that means that you have to win, because if you lose, you're also out.
Yes.
There is no tie, because if you lose, you're 0-2, so you don't win. Like, you're absolutely out. So I think, judging off of this last game, Polar's Express definitely has the capability and the firepower to get it done. It's just a matter of, can you rebound? Because a close game and a lopsided game are two completely different things. I personally have always felt I would rather get absolutely blown out than lose a close game, because close games, you lose them and you start critiquing, well, if we had done this differently here, if we'd done this differently here, maybe we could have won that game. But a blowout game, you're like, well, we lost. It's GG, we move on to the next game. So hopefully Polar's Express can keep that mental fortitude. And on the flip side, for Pink Geese coming into this game, they're locked in regardless. So with the break and with being locked in regardless, does this change their play style? Or are they still going to come out pedal to the metal and try to get this 2-0 victory?
We're going to have to find out in our next game. And just as a reminder to everyone, if you want to watch the next game coming up, well, first of all, that's the schedule. So, of course, remember this schedule over here. but I want to look at this scene, which is the all the rosters and the next schedule. Yippee versus Red Robins. That's going to be a very fun one. Based on that round differential, 2 0-1 teams are going to have to fight to get that second seed. So if you want to watch that, that's coming up in 4 minutes on YouTube. But here, Post Express versus Pink Geese, that's going to be a very important game. I'm going to be done with casting today. We're going to bring in another caster to join Kavian, as well as another observer to help us, Ryemi. But first, let's just give a round of applause to Shin. Shin has to go now, so she's booked it. But everyone give a round of applause to Shin for some great observing, and really, really appreciate you a lot. Okay, well, Kavian, can't wait to see you cast with Lubu in the next segment. For now, we're going to take a break. Let's take a look at our sponsors and one more look at the promo video.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering Brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting Brownieval. Bring Toffee the brown bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous is so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. This is me, I still love. Oh my god. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. Heaven. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go.
Party, you will not.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Yo,
standing.
the ace.
There's a different easier thing.
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Woo!
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Buddy.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please. Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
Highly.
Oh my god!
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go!
Brim 1 tank, close John.
One enemy remaining.
Kill my ally.
No more.
One enemy.
Long.
I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my own.
Nice, Bill.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm equal grid. One is one in, the last one out, can't call me Lou. Put in my hours, send the invoice, send the payments. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it off.
All right, we are back. It is game number 3 here for Group A of the brownieval Draft Deluxe tournament. KV and Koi once again, and I am honored, privileged, and just downright grateful to be joined by Lubu the Almighty. Lubu, how are you doing?
Almighty.
Almighty.
I'm doing good, man. You know, I got the call to, you know, needed a bit of a caster swap in this situation, so I was like, all right, gotcha. And we got coffee right now. I'm literally drinking the coffee as we speak. But no, I'm excited. I'm excited to cast with you, Kavian, because we casted the last brownieval tournament, or 2 tournaments ago, because I played on the last one, but 2 tournaments ago I remember casted together again. So happy to be casting alongside you once more.
Of course, it's always a pleasure to cast with you. I think the energy that you bring is definitely unparalleled in the scene, and I feel like you should be deserving of that praise.
I'm blushing right now, man. I appreciate the compliments.
So a quick rundown for anybody who maybe hasn't been here until this game, if this is your first game joining us. This is a round robin for the first day. Each of the teams within Group A and also in Group B play one game against each other. The top 2 teams from each side of the bracket will move on to the next round. Now, the crazy thing is right now, if you look at Group A, the standings, the way things have shaped up in game 1, we saw Pink Geese take down the Cooked Ones 13-8, and then in game 2, we saw Cooked Ones get a little bit of revenge coming out and keeping their tournament alive by just edging out Polar's Express 13-11. So as we move into this game 3, basically, because Polar's Express got 11 rounds in that last game, all they have to do is win and be in. Pink Geese are automatically in by now. So Polar's Express winning, you're in, lose, and Cooked Ones is in. And Lubu, if you were the one in this situation, would you rather be the team that knows that you have to win to make it into the tournament? Or would you rather be the team waiting on the sideline to see if the other team is going to make a mistake?
Ooh, that's a toughie. I'd rather be the team that like has the destiny in their hands. So just because of the fact that's like, you know, I don't want to be put into a situation where there's something that's going on that's outside of my control. So yeah, I think I'd rather be playing, you know, in the game, and just because at that point it's more of a mindset of like, okay guys, like obviously if we win we're in, and if not then, you know, it sucks, but you know, nothing to lose is how I would look at it. It's just like, all right, let's go out there, have a good time, and you know, try our best, see if we can knock it out.
Indeed, and it will be a lot of pressure for Polar's Express, but on the flip side, Polar's Express did just play, right? They just played. They still have their momentum, their energy, they're still warm. For Pink Geese, they took a break. They already know that they're in. How much do you think that those kind of things factor into how this game plays out for Pink Geese?
Oh no, absolutely. It's definitely I would say a really major factor, is because since Pink Geese got the rest and Polar's Express, not only did they, you know, are gonna have to play back-to-back games, but it was a 13-11 win too, right? So it was by no means like a stomp or anything like that. They had to put in the rounds. So definitely I think they're going to be feeling it a little bit. This isn't like, you know, some VCT game where it's like best of 7 or best of 5 or whatever, right? So not like there's going to be so many games that like have been played back to back to back, but there's definitely going to be that like sort of Pink Geese have not only gotten the physical rest, they've also gotten the mental rest. You can't necessarily say the same for Polar's Express.
And indeed, and since we do have just a little bit of time on our hands, I would like to make a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors for the tournament, Community Gaming, which of course is the main party helping facilitate how the tournament is organized. You can check out the sponsorship from them by putting CG into chat right now. You can kind of get a look at how they run their tournaments and how they can set you up not only to run your own tournament as a organizer, but how to join tournaments as a team captain, and how to get in touch with our tournament, looking at the brackets and stuff like that. And also we have, of course, exclamation point Kristi for our lovely sponsor, Draw with Kristi, who it feels like every single tournament at this point, Draw with Kristi is just a lovely person who comes and helps out and puts out sponsorships for our tournaments. And if you put brownieval 10 in the drawwithkristi.shop website, you can get a 10% discount. And I don't know about you, Lulu, but I've seen some of Kristi's stuff and it is exquisite.
I personally haven't, but I mean, 10% discount no matter what, absolutely. Like, that's for sure something that you have to look into at the very least when presented with that opportunity.
Yeah, and it is just about time for us to get started here for map 3. We will be going back to Breeze. We saw this as your round 1. We saw Pink Geese win 13-8 on this map. Going back into it, they are also once again starting on the defensive side, so a side that they're comfortable on. They ended up having a 8-round win streak on the defensive half here in game 1. So different team, different play style, but we will look to see Pink Geese try to come out and establish that kind of dominant performance again. And for Polar's Express, you know, there's nothing you can do now except go out and try to make sure that you win, because if you don't, you go home. So you got to try your hardest and, you know, put that big smile on and give it everything, right?
No, absolutely. I'm also going to be looking to, because since I wasn't here to see the game 1 between, I'm actually looking at like the scoreboard and seeing the comps that we ran right now. So when you said that Pink Geese got that 8-round win streak on defense, it's actually a little bit shocking because their team, they ran double Inishi, which with the Sova and the KO, which was definitely something that I don't think I've seen KO been played much on Breeze, but it's also Junior D, Jared, is someone actually I know personally, so I'm also not shocked. But as we head into this champ select, you see Kitsu and Justin Fly auto-locking in the Harbor, and the Jet was played last game. Bet also going to be locking in the Sova. So this is, Lack is locking in the Cypher, and then you see Jared right there hovering over that KO. So this is going to be looking to be quite literally the same comp that they ran in that game 1. And we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I pointed out in the pregame for game 1 how Harbor, since these Viper nerfs, Harbor has started to be experimented a little bit more on Breeze by some of these teams, because Viper was just such an oppressive agent on this map for so long. Like, if you weren't bringing Viper, you were kind of trolling, right? But absolutely. now that Viper has been not killed, but maybe brought down to maybe where some of the agents level, Harbor is able to definitely have a lot more impact on this map than previously, being able to get basically 3 smokes and 1 that regenerates, versus Viper, you're hoping that you can control that wall properly, because if you put your orb down, it's cooked at that point if the team rotates. So we do see this Viper come in from Polar's Express, which interesting pick there, if you see what I see.
Yeah, so are we talking about the Yoru pick?
No, we're talking about the Yoru pick.
We're talking about, okay, yeah, so I don't hate Yoru on Breeze, I really don't, because, you know, the whole point of the Yoru TP is that you're able to, you know, make that misinformation and really just set the opposing team's tempo off rhythm, right? Because like the Yoru pushes out and all of a sudden TP's away and you're like, what's going on? And all of a sudden he's on the other side because he knows like that one TP lineup that just ends up on the other side of the map, and you're like, how does he know that? Etc, right? So the Yoru pick I don't hate, but I am a little bit, I guess the word concerned for Polar Express's overall attack side because you have the jet entry, and I guess the KO is the follow-up with the flashes, so you're not lacking the util. But the team itself is very, you don't really have that much push power outside of the fact, because it's really going to come down to that Yoru pick about whether or not Yoru is going to play the flank from the TP, or if he's going to, be more of a team player, maybe a lurk. So really going to be seeing how this Yoru plays out.
Indeed, and what I specifically like about Yoru Breeze that I feel like a lot of people sleep on is it basically, especially if you're running a double initiator comp like they are, it basically gives you like a triple initiator, right? Oh, sorry, they're not running the double initiator combo. So it still gives you, basically in this place, it gives you kind of a secondary initiator, right? Because you can use that TP, try to get some information, try to get some heads turning the wrong way. And look at this. There we go, that TP on to backside now in water. But Rogue will get shut down by Bedlam, trying to peek out, get a little greedy. Justin Fly gonna find a second onto Arden as well. Spike will be planted though.
Yeah, you see your Polar's kind of just left on an island right here, trying to just get out right now, and is able to get out. But you see the rest of Pink Geese right now taking space. Black finds one, Kenshi finds one, Kenshi finds two with that nice little ghost pick onto Polar to end the round. And, Kaven, I want to point out too, Kitsu was playing that left pyramid that entire time. I believe got pinged out from the KO knife, but unable to, really push out the jet from that position, and is able to, get rewarded for that positioning at the initial round.
Yeah, and that's the one thing, right? They send out that Yoru TP, and that is kind of the crux, the negative side to the Yoru pick is once that wall goes down, Yoru's just out on an island all alone, and it just gets absolutely destroyed by Bedlam. And once that happens, it's over at that point, right? Because you lose that extra body who had taken up all of that space since you didn't use the jet to take that space initially, and it's too easy of a retake coming in from Pink Geese. They're so comfortable on this map so far on the defensive half, and just continuing where they were from map 1.
Yeah, this is a little interesting because you see here Darcy bought the Marshall, like no armor or anything like this. Obviously he's getting the Marshall just to maybe get some offensive power here, maybe get a pick or two and really try to win this the save round here. But if you look on the mini map, the entire Pink Geese lineup here has not really moved. You see Jared right now pushing out the mid, trying to get some info with that Bulldog, and is confidently doing so, but they haven't rotated. They're holding fast, waiting to hear any sort of information being given. As you see, actually, Rogue got pinged by that recon bolt from Bed, so they now know that the Yoru's towards the B side. Obviously, could TP out. So, actually, speaking of TP, look at that TP that Rogue set up that went past Lack, but Lack spotted it. So, we'll see if Rogue actually takes a TP here.
30 seconds
wait, no, Rogue coming up right now and is able to get the pick onto Justin Fly. Jared, on the meanwhile, gets Polar, but JB quickly gets the frag back onto Jared. In the meantime, Rogue down now to 11 health here, caught in between a rock and a hard place. Arden, though, able to get Bed, and now all of a sudden, Rogue is able to not worry about his flank. But it looks like for Team Polar Express, they still want to hit this B side, giving up both members over here. Kenshi finds one, Black finds another. Darcy able to get rid of Kitsu. It's a 1v1. Black down to 24 health here as Darcy is spotted from that Cypher trip, but because the time limit runs out, and Darcy goes down to Lack, and that's 2-0 now for Team Pink Geese.
And what an incredible play there by Lack, a selfless play. How many players in your ranked lobbies would go ego swing that, especially because they had just got the ping, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So many players playing for KD, playing to try to, make themselves look good and feel better. Not really necessarily caring about the team, but Lack does exactly what they need to do to get the round secured. And huge props to them. They now go up 2-0. It is a bye round coming in for Polar Express. So this is definitely where we should see some of this momentum potentially start shifting backwards. But I don't even know if that'll happen just because Pink Geese look so good all day on this map. This is basically their playground at this point.
Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. Lack is the only one playing on the B side here and gets the info that the Viper wall is coming up, and see playing that half wall right here, but the trip, they don't clear the trip, and so Lack gets one. Darcy gets the trade back, but that's huge. That smoke's down now for Team Polar Express. Viper goes down, so this retake here is on the safer side if you're Team Pink Geese right now. Kitsu, it does get, I don't even know where that Silver came from, but meanwhile, Darcy does find bed, so it makes it a 4v3 in favor of Polar Express right now as trades are being shot down with the tunnel. Darcy finds 3, Rogue finds another one. Darcy with a nice little 4K, quick little head tap on the Kitsu to end the round, and Polar Express are on the board.
I still can't get over that owl, Silver.
And exactly what you expect coming out of a bye round, a decisive round. The only hiccup, of course, being, I mean, do you even really call it a hiccup? I mean, Darcy goes up and over the trip that I think just because of the updraft, maybe you don't quite hear the trip being there. The trip was placed pretty low. So unfortunately, it's Polar taking the brunt of that. But because of that, Darcy able to get that quick refrag, and then once that happens, it's over, right? Site fully secured and going up against the lesser buy. This time going back towards this B site, really wanting to force some of these defenders to have to come help out this Cypher. Darcy once again up and over, this time going back site instead. Is half HP, so has to be careful. The lag from behind the wall takes down 2. Darcy gonna go down as well. Lack with a 3K. Neural Theft Online. Rogue spotted out by Cam. And this is just going from bad to worse for Polar's Express. Rogue load, fake TP. Still scanned, I believe. Finally does get rid of that. Dark finds a second onto Junior Team before Justin Fly with their reflag. But it's J-Boy last alive, finds 1. Looking still for our first big 1vx clutch of the day.
One enemy
We'll find Kitsu for 1, but doesn't know. Neural Theft Online, but just not in time. Justin Fly with the clean up. And that round spun on so many different angles. It was just like, how do you even know who's gonna win that round until the last bullet was fired?
Yeah, so I mean that's all started by, and you're seeing on the replay right here, all started by Lax hold onto the B side. It's shocking that Polar Express wasn't able to clear out they didn't check the backside of the site. When you're going on the site, when you know that Cypher is set up on the, you know, his trips are set up on the B side, you have to immediately assume if you don't get that initial entry and like see him, he's got to be backside or he's playing completely off. And no one, you were seeing there when Lack got that triple, no one on Team Polar Express was looking towards the back site. And because of that, Lack able to punish them with a 3K really made it, you know, just possible for Pink Geese to make it a 3-1 scoreline.
So now this time a little bit more quiet, a push 3-man through elbow. We're gonna come out here, try to get some of this info onto mid, into B as well, looking especially for this Cypher. Will find Lack back site, so they should be aware. Lack is taken down by Rogue, and J-Boy, a beautiful shot with the trip. Darcy coming in with Blade Storm as well. The Thrifty working out miracles so far for Polar's Express. Spike down, still a 5v3. Guns able to be picked up. Jared will find the kill onto Ardent, though, making this back to a 4v2.
Yeah, you see here the flash going up for the re-entry here is Jared's going to take the first pick here, but they don't know about the half wall. They don't know. They don't play the half wall as Darcy will find Jared, and Rogue able to get that nice little follow-up frag onto Justin Fly to now even things out more towards the in favor of Polar Express 2-3. And something that I want to point out too is it seems that Pink Geese's strategy here, for the most part, has been, let's just put Lack on the solo hold onto that B site. And that's something that, you know, I think initially early on, you definitely run that. But because of how consistently that Team Polar Express has now been hitting this B site, knowing full well that they can actually take control. Look at that. They're rotating back towards the B once more to hit it again. So at this point, I think if you're Team Pink Geese, you at least need to send someone towards, maybe not necessarily on the B site, but at least the tunnel, so that, you know, Lack isn't fully just holding, trying to, you know, be playing on an island here for the defense. As you see, the KO knife is going to ping out Lack. So this time, there's no shot that Polar Express don't clear the back site. Surely not.
Polar Express is absolutely disrespecting this Cypher and their setup. Lack taken down by J-Boy, all that utility down. And it's going to be very hard to retake here. They are on the Thrifty. Now, they did just lose a Thrifty, so it's possible they come bring this back here. But such strong position here for these attackers here on this post plant.
Yeah, you see the body walls just being, or sorry, excuse me, the wall banks coming out right now as Arden will find Kitsu, Darcy finds Junior D, Bed gets rid of Arden, and JB and Darcy, oh my god, able to get back-to-back kills and very cleanly holds this site here to make it all even up at 3-3 in favor of Team Polar Express.
And that was a nice right click though. That was a Spectrum Classic buff. Eesh. Man. So back to 3-3 now, and what we're starting to see, so since you missed the first game, I'll kind of paint a little bit of a picture for you. When Pink Geese were on defense, this is the same strategy that they had, right? They left one towards B, and they kind of focused on having this 5-man retake over towards the B site for the majority of it, and they ended up running off 8 straight rounds to close off the half, which worked really well. But the difference is Polar's Express is actually getting super aggro and disrespecting this B site, which is not what Cooked Ones were doing when they were on the attack side. So I think, as you called, there's a different shift to the strategy now. They added 2 more players over towards this B site, but now that opening is there, and Polar's Express knows it. And Kitsu just takes down Rogue, looking at flank, and now the explosion over towards A site is called for, but they're now down that extra player.
Yeah, it's a good strat for Polar Express to begin with, right? You're able to get the pick. Oh, actually, nice little wall bang headshot onto J-Boy, and Junior D will find Darcy as well from that mid spot too. So Justin Fly able to get rid of Polar, and all of a sudden it's just Arden in a 1v4, able to get Black, so get some damage back, and Justin Fly fully blind though, but Kitsu able to back up his teammate, get rid of Arden, and make this 4-3 in favor of Team Pink Geese. But I kind of want to highlight back towards that initial, the first like 20 seconds of that round. Prior to Rogue getting picked off, as you pointed out, we saw that Pink Geese had sent 2 more members to hold down the B side. And from Team Polar Express's point of view, I like the call, right? You're able to get 3 rounds and build some momentum for yourself to make the enemy team now, because it's been back-to-back rounds, technically 3 rounds if you think about it too, because besides Lack's, miracle triple kill play on that island hold that we saw a couple rounds ago, once you are able to build some momentum for yourself, and you can pretty much get a good game sense that the enemy team now has to overcommit for resources in order to just stop that strat. That's when you can slow down, make tempo, and then go for these picks, because now you've got the enemy team overthinking things, right? And all of a sudden now they're trying desperately to grab at some straws. Only downside is that because of the fact that you're playing slow, you have to watch every single angle. And so we saw there that Rogue unfortunately gets picked off, as you saw Kitsu push towards that B main just to get that pick. This is interesting though. You see all 5 members of Team Polar Express. Once more, they're going slow here. You have the majority of the members have shifted towards the B site here. You see Kitsu and Lack peeking for the information, but they're not giving it. Meanwhile, Bed holding up for that mid nest spot. But you see Jabwe is actually doing common cipher track strat on the Breeze, which is to just work up the hall. But you see Junior D holding it for a moment and will rotate back. Okay, Ultimate comes out as Ardent will be able to successfully get the spike plant, but watch Jabwe here. This is all about timing on Jabwe. If Jabwe can get this tempo here, because the Cypher Trip, they don't have a Cypher Trip for Team Pink Geese here, so if Jabwe can get this timing right, he should be rewarded heavily. Fed, though, with the Soma ulti, does get rid of Ardent, and Lack gets rid of Darcy. Junior D gets rid of Rogue, and so all of a sudden, Jabwe's flank is going to be too late as Justify gets rid of Polar, and so Jabwe's completely off-site. Is able to get 1. Justify, though, rezzing Junior D as Jabwe will find 2, but Junior D able to get rid of Jabwe, and all of a sudden now it's 5-3 once again in favor of Team Pink Geese.
Yeah, and that's tough because you want to have a really good execute on your flank, right? You want to have that incredible, and I think it's perfect exactly right there. You call that timeout immediately because something was off from the timing. You knew that you pulled everybody over towards CT, and yet the timing from the lurk isn't quite there, and the other players maybe playing a little bit out of position, trying to bait, expecting that lurk to come in, and they all just get slammed, and now you don't have anybody coming from the back, right, to fix this problem that you've now created by allowing the defense to get sucked in. And before you know it, there's all I almost think if you're not up in money, you almost just save at that point, right? Because you know your entire team just got absolutely rocked. But they have enough money that J-Boy can still go for it. But yeah, I definitely think they're talking about that in this timeout.
Yeah, like the strat for sure, I agree with what Polar Express was doing, right? Like you're sending the 4 onto the B and you're having the Cypher lurk through Hall, which is probably the safest place to lurk because, you know, unless the enemy Cypher, but we know Lack is playing on the B side, right? So chances are Lack's not going to have that trip set up for that Hall that you usually would see just to make sure that someone on the defense doesn't have to look Hall, right? So that you don't have to worry about Hall outside of like a late lurk at that point. But I think a common issue that I think you'll see with lurkers here, maybe the other games have shown it as well, is that for lurkers, a lot of the times they are so paranoid about not making noise and not revealing their location that once the team has officially, you know, successfully pushed out on a spot that allows the lurk to flank, they continue to shift walk. At a certain point, you need to realize that there is a ticking time clock of like between your team is good and then the rehit's coming and then you need a flank immediately. So I think J-Boy needed to go a little bit faster there. But in the meanwhile, Kitsu able to find 1 frag, but J-Boy and Rogue able to get 2 frags back and make this now 4-3 in favor of Team Polar's Express. So far so good if you're Team Polar's Express. A much better successful start as opposed to the last couple rounds here.
Yeah, and Spike being ferried over towards A now, but you do have this lean over towards the A side for the defense as Bedlam has worked towards Halls. It is going to be trying to take Bridge. Flash going to come out and Justify just going to sit behind box. This is potentially spammable.
It's spammable, but I don't know if they're going to know. No, they're not.
They're not. And what is scanned coming out?
Spike down A.
He gets the pick. He gets the pick, and Lack finds Darcy. So now it's a 3v2, and Arden is like not long for the world. And speaking of not long for the world, shocked Arden to death. Electricity and robots do not go well together. Everyone knows this. It's a weakness. Rogue is down to 1 health though. 1 health finds bed. Finds bed. Can the miracle happen? Does have ulti. I don't think he's gonna use it though. Nope. Lack's able to get the last frag onto Rogue, and so once again, you see Polar Express. The initial like first 20 seconds are great. But then right there, I think the issue is that you're able to get the 2 picks. I think it was 1 Hall, 1 mid door, right? That's perfect. That's great. But then why are you slowing down on the execute to the A? Because you got 2 picks towards the A at worst. You know, from the way that if you're able to get that game sense and get the information going, you remember that it's been Cypher, Lack, right? Solo holding the B. So at worst, you have 2 more on A. Or, you know, you can just gamble that there's only 1 more on A. Either way, at that point, when you get those 2 picks, don't go slow, right? Go fast, execute. It's a 5v3 at worst. At worst. So you got to make space and execute quicker. So I think they just need to be a little bit more confident in their takes once they get the initial pick.
Your rule comes out, will guarantee a free site. Cypher utility able to be dealt with as well. Camera is still up, which could come back to haunt them later, but for now, at least shouldn't be that big of a deal since these players should be playing around towards this Viper's Pit. But look at this. Kitsu has worked into a great spot. Nobody quite watching the flank. Arden gets away with a hair of health, but this allows Jared to actually work in and get a pick off the flank now. But Rogue able to clean it up. Lack here still doing hero plays. Brings us back to a 3v2. Neural theft available as well, but Lack is going to peek in. Gets taken down by Polar, and Darcy cleans it up. So a good, clean execute based off of this Viper's Pit, but honestly still closer than it probably should have been. And I think that just goes to show you the level of comfort that Pink Geese have on this map so far. It's not even like I say, it's, I mean, sure, we have a little bit of mistakes coming from both sides, but Pink Geese just look, there's no other word to put except comfortable. It doesn't really matter what is being thrown at them. They're confidently taking all of these fights.
Yeah, I like the retake strat from Pink Geese right there, right? You had 2 on the flank, because it was Jared pushing the tunnel towards the elbow and then trying to flank there, and then you saw Kitsu pushing the window. And there's a common saying among my friends is that, the hardest shots are the ones where the enemy's not looking at you, right? So You saw there Kitsu struggling there to get that pick off on, it was Ardent. But, you know, oh well, so you lose a round, but it's fine. But Kitsu, ooh, nice little fun sheriff tap there as Rogue will get the trade back, but, you know, Junior D able to get the trade back onto Rogue as well. Bed finding Polar, and all of a sudden, this attack from Polar's Express is being shut down tremendously. Darzi is left alone on this island here and should be able to get Lack. Does find Lack. I don't think he knows about Bed. Now he knows about Bed. Can he get two? Cannot get two, as Bed will be able to get that frag onto Darzi, and so now it's a 1v3. It's just Ardent who is pinned, and location being given away as that Sova Ping will successfully give the information over. And as things slow down, ooh, Ardent with a head tap on Junior D. Fantastic shot right there. Let's see if he's able to get another one here. Is Justin Fly able to get the wallbang headshot, get that damage down? So Ardent down to 47 health. He's going to confidently try to push for this A here, as you see Bed rotating over. Will not be able to pick off Ardent here, as Ardent's still trying to find the information where Justin Fly is. Unable to, as Justin Fly holds his aim perfectly, able to get Ardent with that nice little headshot, make the 7-4 in favor of Pink Geese. And we're seeing here, Kevin, as opposed to the couple of rounds, looks like Pink Geese is going to be playing a little bit more aggressive here on the defense and trying to, you know, make sure that they can get the info from the get-go rather than just, you know, hoping to just hear some sort of information when it's a little bit too late and Polar's Express is already pushing on the site.
Yeah, and as we go into this last round of the half, I like this recommit to this fast exec onto B. There are 2 players on site and 1 leaned over towards Nest this time to kind of counter this, but their strategy worked a lot better when they were kind of doing this death ball push, kind of making aggressive moves early on in the round. And now we see this as Darzi comes up with the Blade Storm. Polar from B main as well, gonna find Kitsu. That's first pick it down. Neural Theft gonna come online to be able to spot out Lack here backside and
planted.
Spike it down. If they continue to play like this, they should be fine, but Bed gonna find one from Nest. Bed has been a huge factor so far here in this first half, just constantly getting these huge impact plays, and that might be the one pick that Pink Geese need to get back into this round. Dave Louis gonna start off kill onto Justin Fly here as part of this retake, but Jared gonna find a great kill. Now all of a sudden, 2v2, but it's Rogue back through mid. Jared left all alone, low HP, and it's not going to be enough. They salvage a 5th round to bring this back to only 2, splitting them at halftime. And what a great half that was. And specifically what we need to focus on here is Polar's Express, right? Because Polar's Express has to win to get into the next round of the tournament. And coming off getting 5 rounds going on to your defensive half with this Yoru, especially in your lineup, what can they do to try to push this momentum back into their favor on this defensive side?
So I think it's different for both teams. I think if your team being Pink Geese, you're happy with the fact that you won 7-5. Yes, you know, you lost a couple of rounds towards the end, but your team is, the team comp, generally speaking, is a little bit more attacker friendly, as you'll see. Darcy trying to take space here just to try to get some info going. But if your team Polar Express, you were able to build some momentum back in your favor, this pistol round is going to be hugely important. I think because the fact that you have the Viper, the conversation needs to be, despite the fact that Viper's been nerfed, conversation needs to lean towards whether or not Viper is set up on the B or the A, and then just stick it. And ooh, Kitsu with a nice little pick on a Polar, as we talk about. In 3 members you see right here pushing towards the B side from that top of mid. As you see Jabwe though able to pick out Kitsu, but does he know that actually Bed and Justify are already taking space here at the arches, as Jared will find Rogue and Lack gets rid of Jabwe. And so very quickly now, a couple of picks going back, Jared though goes down to Darzi, and so it's a 3v2.
Yeah, round all of a sudden very winnable here for this retake. Both these players still fairly healthy. but they are going to have to deal with some of this harbor stall utility that's available, and the reflank coming in from Bedlam. They might not be prepared for it. Look at this, Bedlam has snuck in completely from behind. They have no idea.
Oh my god. Fantastic post point flank.
Man. And like I said, right towards the end of that first half, Bedlam has just been so clutch in so many situations during this map specifically. Only 11-9 on the scoreboard, but the impact that Bedlam has had on this match has been absolutely astronomical.
Absolutely. But something I want to also point out too, in terms of what Polar Express needs to be doing. So you know for the fact that Bedlam is playing Sova, right? So Cypher on B, I think, is not the call, because you have a way, if your team Pink Geese, as this fight goes down here, you have a way to get rid of the Cypher chips on the B. So if your team Pink Geese, you should also not be afraid of taking B whatsoever. But you see Jabwe here tucked in the corner. I don't think they're going to clear this. Bedlam's going to give away his location and goes down as Jabwe has the spike for a moment. We'll run away and reload and just give up spike, but a nice little pick for Jabwe as now you see Justin Fly and Lack are kind of split up here. Justin Fly is stuck in the corner and hoping that Jabwe is going to re-peek that elbow. Actually won't, as Arden's going to give away some audio cues here just to try to get that info. Meanwhile, Lack able to find Darcy there with the ghost pick, and so even things up at 2-2. And Arden's only down to 30 health too, so if Lack's able to find this pick here, really it's going to become a 1v2, and it's just going to be up to Jabwe to try to make something happen here.
I have retrieved the spike.
Able to retrieve.
Ooh. Look at Jay! Look at Jay!
One enemy.
Jay finds one!
Spike
Oh
down mid.
man.
30
And Justin
seconds
Fly saved for now by the Cove, but forced out onto this A site. And with all the time in the world on the favor of the defensive side so far, Arden just has to wait.
One enemy
Ah! 1v1, all of a sudden Jabwe is stuck in pillar. I don't know if they know that he's bricks. I think Justin Fly has an inkling. Justin Fly able to get rid of Jabwe! Oh no, a little bit of a tragedy there if your team Polar Express. Arden went just a slightly bit too early there. Unfortunately, didn't give enough time to wait for Jabwe to push together and get that flank just to get that info. But a nice round overall for both teams, I'd say. It's a very, very, very close round. But once again, I think you're starting to see that for Team Pink Geese, right? You see, they're not afraid to hit either site. Because since you have that Sova is so huge on Breeze, and that you can now take, B site, especially if Bedlam knows the shock darts. This should be just a very, very quick B execute take, really, because you get rid of the shock darts for that Cypher trip on that B main that harasses so many individuals if you don't have Sova, and then it's just a quick push out right here. Instead, though, it looks like Pink Geese opting to just play it slow and try to get a pick, but Rogue's able to pick out Kitsu immediately here, as you see.
He missed the trip, though.
He did miss the trip. And look, Jabwe, though, dodging the KO knife, which is huge. Dardsy able to get rid of Jared, as Rogue will find Lack as well on that lurk. Jabwe able to get rid of Bedlam, and Jabwe, nice little double kill on the Justin Fly. And like you pointed out, Kevin, missed the trip. So, okay, because you missed the trip on the B main, maybe you don't really know the trip necessarily, or the shock dart to get rid of the trip. Now it's a little bit more of a concern, but I think, even knowing that, I think, I've played a lot of Cypher on Breeze recently, and I actually like Cypher setup more for A, because of the fact that you can put a trip on that A main that basically covers that walkway into the right pyramid, in that little divot where most entries like to take space, right? Towards that right pyramid, attacking from the A main. And you can put trips there with smokes, pop the smoke, and, they go over the trip. It's an easy frag and whatnot. And you just put the Viper on the B site. And because of that, too, you can also put a Cypher trip for this hall, which, like you see right here, Rogue, they don't check the corner! Rogue gets a pick!
Rogue gonna flash out and get aggressive here again, spamming Jared through the wall. Jared will find a kill before getting cleaned up by Polar, but what a turn of events we are seeing here on this defensive half. Polar's Express is looking like a completely different beast. Bed will get one back onto Darcy to bring this to a 3v2 with Spike down and on their favor, but it's Rogue again. Another shot taking off Lag's head this time, and all of a sudden it's Bedlam left 1v2, but...
Surely you flashed this. Oh no, okay, so Bedlam's just gonna use the Silva ultimate as he should be doing, but because that Rogue's gonna take space, finds Jump Supply, can he find Bedlam? Doesn't matter, because either way, you just stick. Yep, JB's just gonna stick. JB's gonna stick, and that forces Bedlam to peek. Rogue, though, able to get the last kill, gets a 4K as Polar's Express makes it 7-9, and they're clawing back now on the force round. Very important force round, able to get the win.
And importantly there, it's just... something happened. Something has clicked. I don't know if it's just the swap onto the defensive half, but it's like now that they're here on this defensive half and they have these rifles in hand, they are hitting shots. And it wasn't that they necessarily looked off in the first half, but these 50-50s that Pink Geese was winning on their defensive half suddenly have been shifted over towards Polar's Express, and obviously strategy and stuff is working too, but you're just seeing some of these shots like these ones that Rogue just hit in this last round as Rogue finds another one onto Justify, and Rogue is on a tear, heating up right now. Kitsu gonna try to find this operator, but spotted out by Polar, able to stay alive, and the aggressive repeat here by Kitsu may claim one. Is there not going to potentially be prepared for Kitsu to push up?
Look at Rogue's position here. They know that Kitsu is stuck with the operator as Rogue will find Jared. Gets rid of the one pick. Gets tapped or tagged from the shock dart.
Time to jump.
So not a fully healthy, but still in a pretty good spot as you look. Kitsu's kind of just stuck here. Worried about the flank, but they just need to get out. And yep, there we go. Okay, so we see Kitsu able to retain that operator, which is actually really, really huge as it's now a 3v4. But like we're seeing here, oh, nice wallbang shot onto Ardent. Makes it 3v3, all even up now as it looks like Pink Geese are determined to hit this B site here.
30 seconds left.
But you see Jabwe hasn't rotated off, has just anchored on the B site. So this the Sova trip, or sorry, the Cypher trip needs to go out here as Bedlam will be able to trigger the Cypher trip for a moment, and it allows Kitsu to take space with that operator pick and spot Jabwe. Spots out Jabwe, unable to get the pick for the moment here as Bedlam is going to go down. Lack able to get the quick trade here as Rogue with a nice little triple kill on a Lack, and now it's just Kitsu in a 1v2. No time to plant the spike. Will lose to the spike play as Kitsu, unfortunately, isn't even able to save the operator as Rogue gets the nice final kill to make it a 4K. And all of a sudden, Cavian, it's 8-9 now as we're almost, even up here. If you're Team Polar Express, you're doing everything right here. You're able to get the picks that you need to and not lose the retakes, especially if the peak and the picks from Pink Geese have started coming out as they have been, at least. Because it kind of seems like for both teams on the attack side, they're actually able to get the first pick. Both attacking teams, or both teams when they've played the attack side, have been able to get the first couple of picks. But it seems the momentum shift post that, they're kind of a little bit worried about, do we just push immediately or do we just, play it safe, play controlled and try to get a pick? And it seems for both teams, when they have gone and opted for the safe, just, let's not overheat, actually comes back to bite them in the back, because they should just be pushing out, I think, after you get that pick. Especially if you're Team Pink Geese, you got to opt for just aggressively taking, I think, the B, right? If you get the KO knife onto the Cypher, then you don't even need to worry about Sova's shock darts for the Cypher trip. But even then, you have so much information that you can isolate the Cypher to give away his position, and you just get the quick pick, quick push out, end of story.
Indeed, and we have a tech pause here while we have a player from Polar's Express trying to work through some audio issues. But just a phenomenal, and we're only 5 rounds into the second half, right? But this resurgence of Polar's Express through this second half, since they've had rifles in hand, especially with Rogue coming in and just absolutely tearing things up. Rogue all of a sudden at 23-9. When did this happen? Rogue has what, like 7-8 kills in the last 3 rounds?
Yeah, I think it's because the fact too that Rogue's been playing, at least on the defense, it seems to be playing the retake quite well, right? Because trigger discipline from Pink Geese usually means that Rogue's able to get the Yoru clone out and, you know, just shoot the Yoru clone, right? If you're really worried about it being a fake or it being real, either way. But because of that, Rogue's able to get a lot of these flanks and a lot of value coming from his flashes and the Yoru clone flashes as well, is able to cleanly, you know, swap up. But even too, I think you've been seeing as well, if you look back at the couple of rounds, Rogue has been playing off of his teammates quite well too, and is able to get that follow-up frag. If the teammate that he's playing with is unable to get the pick, Rogue's able to clean it up. So, you know, in a 1v2, it always becomes a 1v1, and because of that, Rogue's able to just, you know, cleanly get the trades and cleanly retake with his team as well.
All right, well, we're gonna get back underway here. Audio issues resolved, and it's a 5-man death ball over here towards B. Will be probably gonna come off of this null command. Shock or Dart will get the Cypher trip this time. And now all the utility comes out in a singular flash.
Oh, look at Rogue though. Look at Rogue. Doesn't care about the fact that he's suppressed. He's gonna probably push this. Yep, pushes it, and no one's watching the wall. And because that red goes down, and that spike down for just a moment, Justinfly is able to pick it up and get the replant down. Very quickly though, one pick onto the Sova as well. So because of that, information now is limited to just the KO knife from Jared here, as you see. You see Rogue with your ultimate gonna go and get that info. Justinfly's position given away. Same with Jared's as well. Wait, look at Kitsu. Look at Kitsu. Find one, finds two. Jared also gets rid of Rogue as well. Makes it a 3v2 in favor of Pink Geese. Darcy with the off. I don't think they know Kitsu's position. No, Kitsu able to get a triple kill as Lack will also find Arden as well. And it's a 10-8 as Pink Geese find life on the attack side.
Wow, this is the second time this game that we have seen a massive reflank come back through mid, and it's just it's one of those things that you see in high level play, right? Anytime that a map has something like this, whether it's Icebox, where if once the defense is coming in and committing to that retake, if they don't have full information on where everybody is, somebody is guaranteed almost every round to come back through that mid and be able to catch people after, like we just saw there. Huge round coming in from Kitsu, pushing them to 10-8, getting them to double digits, but Darcy started things off in halls. Nasty plays there with the Blade Storm. Drone gonna come out, try to spot some of these players on A site, but I don't know if the drone's gonna be enough, but Darcy finds a second on the Lack.
Hey, Darcy, you need to calm down a little bit. You need to calm down a little bit. You're able to get too big. No, Darcy wants to get more. Gonna get the Vandal for his efforts of getting that nice little double kill to start the round. As, yeah, you see, because of the fact that Darcy's able to get those 2 picks now, Pink Geese is, you know, the push is stalled completely, and they're just sort of hoping that, you know, one member of Team Polar Express is gonna overpeak and maybe give away a pick back in the favor of Pink Geese. But because of the fact that Team Polar Express still has the information that there's at least one member of Team Pink Geese still playing the A main, look at where the other 2 members of Polar Express playing that B side. Look, you see now, Kitsu able to find Polar as Jared gets rid of Darcy. Okay, wait a second now. Wait a second. Now it's just Arden left on an island to try to hold A main, as Jared will find a second kill onto Arden. And Kitsu's taking space for this mid door. I don't think JB's gonna clear the corner. Won't clear the corner as Kitsu will find JB. And all of a sudden now it's a 1v3. It's just Rogue. Highlighted his gameplay.
In the hot hand.
Yeah, it starts off with a nice little pick onto Jared, but also her Kitsu. Kitsu jumps, but Kitsu doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because Kitsu able to get the pick on the Rogue. And so the comeback for Polar Express there for that last couple of rounds, unfortunately stalls out, as you see that, you know, after the great first push, or denial, sorry, from Polar Express, a couple of members, they overpeaked. You got the 2 picks. And because of that, you know, they wanted to take some space, but goes down as they gave ones over to, you know, just from what I remember, Jared able to get 2 picks because of it. So a little bit of an overexcitement, I think, on the part of Team Polar Express, but it's still very winnable. 8-11 is the scoreline. Polar Express.
Grounded.
Ooh, Kitsu though.
Mid. Oh.
Wait. Kitsu didn't clear Polar though. But I think Polar
made
a step.
him for sure.
Yeah, Polar made a step and Kitsu finds 2.
But now you're going to be prepared for the second person pushing through wood doors afterwards.
Oh, and Lack though, because Lack took space on that A main, able to get rid of Arden, but even if he didn't, looked like Jared was going to be able to get that pick as Kitsu, nice little triple kill on the Jake. 4K coming over the Kitsu as Kitsu will find Rogue as well. And so now because of that, it's match point for Team Pink Geese.
And you could see it. Kitsu gets the first pick mid, everybody's like, oh, we could stay with B, but as soon as he gets the second pick, everybody's like, oh god, we've already killed 2 of those players. Who's still on A? Let's just go over there, free plant, right?
Absolutely, and that's the thing that you need to keep, you know, if you'll see this a lot in high level play, right? It's just a numbers game, right? It's a number count with your fingers. 1 pick, 2 pick, where's the rest of them, right? And then because of that, just quickly, decisively take the push. If you know for a fact that they're not stacking on the site that you just got the picks on. But look at this, Kitsu though, gets the Phantom Dink, gets the Phantom Curse, gets the Dink, but Jabwe able to get the frag for the first kill though, but Bedlam able to get the plant down as see Justify able to put up the water orb to cover Bedlam as now all of a sudden it's a post plant. But wait, look at Lack. Lack is so far away on this flank. This is a perfect flank opportunity for Lack, but you need to go fast. At this point, if I'm Lack, yeah, there we go. Sprint, just sprint. You know they're not playing for the potential flank here.
Yeah, tournament lives on the line here for Polar's Express as they're trying to solve out to get through on this retake, but they are taking a lot of time. Rogue will find one. Darcy will find a second. Rogue will find the third, and all of a sudden it's Lack, but once again, maybe too late. Spike not planted here for the flank, and once again...
Okay, Kevin,
I already know what you're gonna say. I already know what you're gonna say. I already know what you're gonna say.
The Cypher flank.
3, 2, 1. Cypher.
Oh no. I like the Cypher. Don't get me wrong. I love Cypher flanking on Breeze. And this is one of the few maps where Cypher flanking is something that you have to be so scared about. Because the fact that Cypher sucks on, you know, pushing with his team and he doesn't offer much besides that initial info. But again, players are paranoid because of the fact that you don't want to give away your position on the flank and on the lurk, so you want to you want to just shift walk. You saw towards the end, Lack is like, okay, wait, I can just W key this because my team's already planted. There's no shot, right? That like there's a team of Team Pink Geese, or excuse me, of Team Polar Express that's gonna be watching for the flank. So that's the right call. Just W key. It's a big map. It's Breeze, right? I think it's the biggest map in Valorant. From a size standpoint, so just W key it. And then when you get close, then that's when you start to shift walk.
Well, Polar's Express still hanging on. Gonna have to find 3 more rounds after that one. But Darcy gonna lose it out to Kitsu here in mid by this elbow area. And Kitsu just wisely gonna take some time to think about those wounds, but not aware that Rogue is there. Kitsu will get that refrag though incredibly, and now the rotation once again back towards A. One player though still kind of lagging behind, and now Jared gonna indeed come join up. Harbor Wall gonna come in. It should be a free cross left here, but Ardent spotting out
Jay's
Kitsu.
positioning here. I love this. If you can get the timing right, don't give away your position. Get rewarded. Jared though finds Polar on the flank. Jabwe finds Kitsu though. And Arden able to back him up.
Last player standing.
1v2. So that KO ultimate suppressing Jabwe. So he's unable to throw out his smokes, but because of the KO ultimate, he knows that KO is rotating towards the A main. So both of them are playing the A main. This should be easily given away.
Everyone hiding.
We're gonna try to stick it. Get it half. Get it half to get out. He got it halved. He got it halved. Can Jabwe commit? Jared have to peek this. Oh, wisely just jump peeks it. And because of Jerry with the nice little triple kill,
Attackers
ends the
win.
game. Pink Geese wins 13-9. And that's all Saucy Road, folks. Oh my god.
And unfortunately, the end of the tournament line for Polar's Express there. Valiant effort, though, once again. Both of the games they played today, they played incredibly well. It's just Pink Geese have looked different all day today. And what's incredible, right, is they won 13-8 map 1. They won 13-9 map 2 behind two fairly dominant defensive halves. But the craziest thing is, like, these matches could have just as easily been 13-8, 13-9 as they were 13-11, 13-8, 13-9 the other way, right? None of these rounds. Oh, I shouldn't say none of these rounds, but the majority of these rounds did not look so dominant that it was like unheard of for the other team to win. It's just Pink Geese is just different. They just had that little bit of extra. I don't know if it's more mental fortitude or if it's more just, you know, the poise to just sit in there and make sure that they win the rounds that they needed to win to get done. And they're rewarded 2-0. They'll be the #1 seed coming out of Group A. And they will be joined by Cooked Ones, who fortunately did just enough by getting that win in their last match that they're able to skate through.
Yeah, something to highlight too, right? When you're seeing now that like at this more, you know, higher elo gameplay it's the little things, right? That sometimes make or break just the momentum swings. And you know, what we were seeing from both teams, right? Like, for example, I highlighted it twice already, and so did you. The Cypher lurk, right? Sometimes those Cypher flanks, it's great. I'm not saying otherwise, but if it doesn't go your way, right? All of a sudden, that one round, because of a slight misplay, it ruins the economy, right? It ruins the economy, and it also, not only that, it also puts a mental check for the enemy team to knowing that, hey, you've done this strat, we're now aware of it for the future too. And so that's something too that, and you were also seeing too as well, a lot of the defensive side for, at least when I can remember for Polar Express, when Team Pink Geese, you know, was able to get the pick and they push onto the site, you often saw players rotating through the mid and then not clearing their quarters as well, not expecting for a member of Team Pink Geese to be anchored towards that mid, ready for the, you know, the rotate flank for the retake coming from Team Polar Express. And so that's something too that, you know, once, you know, maybe it's like a little bit of a learning takeaway for both teams, right? Is that once you start getting towards those higher elos, you need to start worrying about the fact that, you know, just because you're rotating, you can't expect that all the remaining members are just, you know, playing the post plant on site, right? You got to be ready for flanks. You got to be ready for people just waiting and just preying upon the overcommitment from, you know, your team.
Indeed, and it is now time for our winners interview. Justin, congratulations, you made it back, and you know, you did predict this during your last interview. I believe the exact words were Pink Geese 2-0 on to tomorrow.
Yep, exact words.
Did you intentionally try to go back to Breeze?
No. So our plan actually was to take it to Lotus, and it was Polar's, I think, second ban, which kind of caught me off guard. I was like, oh, okay. And it just ended up where I had the choice between, I think it was Bind and Breeze again. So I picked Breeze again because we already played it.
Yeah, and y'all's defensive halves specifically during this match and map 1. This one a little bit closer, but still looked very comfortable, very strong. Did you feel that the way that you guys had to kind of strat y'all's defensive half this game, did it feel different than the first game, considering how aggressively the Polar's Express were pushing over towards B side a lot?
Yeah, so it felt a little bit different. They almost played opposite, whereas Moo's team didn't push B as much, but this team did. And all we really did was played how we switched up with playing Moose. We just put more of our people to killing those lurks who just kept lurking up A, and then just pushing B and calling them out on other shots. And I mean, Lack went crazy on some of those defensive rounds. So big shout out to him and JRD and Kitsu and Bed as well. All of them went amazingly.
Nice. Lubu, what questions do you have?
Yeah, Justin. So for the team composition, quite literally, this is the same comp that you ran in the first game against Cooked Ones. But so I wanted to highlight your pick onto the Harbor itself. If Viper wasn't nerfed to the ground like she was in the last patch, would you have still gone with Harbor, or would you have instead opted for Viper instead?
I would have 100% opted for Viper.
Okay, got it. And so have you had much experience with Harbor, or was this very much okay, let's see, Brimstone's not good on Breeze. Who else we got? Astra, or what was the thought process specifically for Harbor?
So when Harbor first came out, I wish she was good. I wanted her to be so good. And so I played him a lot on every map. So I used to play Harbor on Breeze specifically, but Viper was just so much more dominant, so I stopped. And it's really just like you would play any other smokes character. You just smoke off the angles. Every time, if it's an angle, you want to smoke it. So it's not too hard, especially when he has 3 different smokes. So
yeah, and I mean, shoot, it's worked out perfectly too. There was plenty of times I saw that the Harbor bubble came in clutch, right? Able to get the good plants, without having to worry about getting a potential rotate flank and whatnot. Able to pick off the planter and everything like that. But moving on now, right? We're entering now for tomorrow, since you guys have that first seed. Moving on to the best of 3 format and everything like that. How are you guys feeling for tomorrow? Are the vibes good? What's the general consensus?
Vibes over here are immaculate. We are feeling great for tomorrow. We are ready to bring it on. We honestly can't wait. Hopefully they bring us to Breeze again. We're ready.
All right. Well, thank you again for your time, Justin. Two victories, well deserved. Both of them on Breeze. So you guys maybe don't take them back to Breeze tomorrow, but in the meantime, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much. Get some rest. Do whatever kind of game planning y'all need to do for tomorrow. And we'll see you guys bright and early kicking it back here again tomorrow morning. Or afternoonish, I guess, for you guys. I think that's how time works. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys.
GG's, Justin. GG's.
Yeah, GG's.
All right. So up next, we got Jabwe coming in for Team Polar Express here shortly. And here we go. Jay, what's up, man?
Hello.
What is
Hi,
up?
Jay.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
So, two hard-fought games, back to back there. That first one being 13-11, and then this one. Do you think, that first game being as close as it was, did that kind of factor into how this game played out for you guys?
To be honest, no, but that's because after the first game, like, we knew what the mistakes were, and then like there was times when it kind of got quiet sometimes, and I kind of just took that initiative saying like, okay, it's whatever, like, we lost, now let's actually like come together, figure out what we need to do for the second game and see what we need to like to work better on, like, oh, what do you think we could have done better, like what position, like, or what do you need help, like, etc. And then it's like also like we should ask the question like, oh, how do you feel about like being in this position, like, do you feel okay holding this by yourself, etc. and such. So I tried my best to like keep the mentality of like moving forward rather than staying behind into a previous game and such. So I wouldn't say too much about the first match loss would carry on to our second game. Yeah, I wouldn't say it didn't.
Nice. And on to the second match on Breeze. I'm not sure. Did you get to watch the first game between Pink Geese and Cooked Ones any?
I didn't watch too much of it. I just know one of my teammates was able to watch it.
And do you think that helped you guys prepare a little bit for that second match knowing that at least one of your teammates had seen them play and kind of like potentially would have given you a leg up to kind of do a little bit of strategizing?
Yeah, we did get some info about how they played in their game. I think we were able to counter it sometimes, but there were times when we tried to counter it, it just didn't go well and such. There was never like, oh, let's try this and it'll work. It was just kind of more like, this is how they play, just give me as the info. We just never took that initiative to like counter it after as much.
I see. Lubu, what you got?
Yeah, so Jay, I guess coming into, knowing the fact that Breeze was the plan, or Breeze was the map, in terms of the team comp wise, obviously we saw that, Rogue on the Yoru, I guess Yoru was quote unquote the shock pick in terms of like, for Breeze, even though by no means is it a bag pick, and clearly, Rogue was able to top frag in the game as well as a result of picking the Yoru, able to get those nice flanks and whatnot. But for you playing on the Cypher, because I think, if I recall, when we've played together, I think I've seen you on Sova, right? And I've seen you play more KJ recently. Was Cypher a comfort pick for Breeze specifically? Or was that more just because of the comp that, was being run? You're like, okay, let me just play Cypher since it's quote unquote like the meta pick for Breeze, and then just go from there.
I picked Cypher because it was my comfort pick. It was for sure my comfort pick. I think there was times when I couldn't really maximize Cypher to his fullest potential some of the rounds, but there's times when I was able to do it. It was very on and off and such. But if you're asking like if Cypher is actually like one of my comfort picks for the Sentinel, yeah, Cypher and KJ were for sure my comfort picks for the game in general.
Okay, and then second question that I got for you. People don't know, I'm the one who actually invited Jay to the tournament and told him about the brownieval tournament for this to get drafted, and he was absolutely on board. So because of that, and everything that's transpired, how you feel about the tournament, man? Like, did you have fun playing the tournament?
Yeah, tournament's dope. I had fun. Everyone's great. Every player is really nice, really chill, really great at the game, really competitive. I'm enjoying it pretty well, and I'm glad I'm signing up. Thank you for the invite. And yeah.
All right, back to you, Kevin.
Well, that's gonna be it for us, Jay. Thanks for participating in the tournament with your team. I hope you guys had a lot of fun and kind of were able to get to know each other a little bit better throughout this tournament and kind of get that little bit of a community bonding experience going on. Is there anything that you would like to say before we let you
go? Nothing too crazy. I just hope everyone's having a great time playing these tournaments. And then for the teams that are moving forward, best of luck for y'all. And then if this is your guys' first time playing in a tournament, I hope you guys had a great time. And then also if you're one of the teams, or like if your team does get eliminated in the future runs, such as like in the semifinals, or like if you don't win the finals, don't be discouraged. It happens. You can't win everything, but never take a loss as like you're the biggest loser. It's kind of more like take a loss as like a learning experience for you to become better.
All right. Well,
so wholesome.
Yeah, well spoken. Can't really top that. So thank you again for everything that you've done, and we hope to see you in the next tournament, man.
All right, for sure. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Later, Jay.
Yes. All right. Well, Lubu, as I mentioned at the beginning of the cast, it's been a pleasure. It always will be a pleasure. I hope that we get to cast a lot more in the future. But for now, we're going to throw things back to our host, Mr. BrowntulStar, the brownieval man himself, to give you guys some closing words.
All right, thank you so much to Kavian and Lubu. Actually, we didn't even let you say goodbye. Like, do you have any last words that you want to say, like a shout out or something?
Yeah, you guys will see me tomorrow. You guys will see it tomorrow. I'll save it for then. But
Okay.
no, I mean it's nice. It's nice to shoutcast with Kavian again. We've had a lot of games that we've shoutcast together and some crazy moments too. So it's always nice to be able to shoutcast with Kavian. It's definitely one of my favorite casters to shoutcast, especially when it gets to the crazier games and we both are like we don't really kind of know what to say in the moment because it's like the most shocking thing ever, and so it's just like a fumbling for words, and it's always a good time.
The cipher flank.
Don't get me started.
You hear that, Lack? That's a call out to you. You gotta run faster. All right, I know Kavian, this is your last day with us. It's so rare. I wish I could have you tomorrow, but I'm blessed to have you today. So thank you.
Regrettably, time zones, work, things, Korea. I'm generally not able to cast both days, but I'm praying for that day that once again I'm able to do 2 days worth of brownieval content because I love it so much. It's always a pleasure casting with you, of course, in the morning, my forever duo. And any time that I get to cast with you just makes me really, really happy. And Lubu, anytime also that I cast with you, it's just a treat because I feel like you and I are basically the same exact person when we cast. But you're much handsomer and better voiced than I am. So you're what I aspire to be. And I hope at the end of the day, whatever happens in life, that maybe you and I and Brown, maybe we do the first triple cast on VCT together one day.
On VCT. Oh, okay. Well,
on VCT.
Specifically VCT. Definitely
VCT.
specifically. Yeah,
champions. They're just going to fly us out for the championship of champions.
Hey, maybe. I guess we'll see.
If that ever happens, man, we got to go out for drinks after too.
Absolutely. But yeah, I know, Brown. I've always told you, anytime I'm free, I'm more than happy to cast for you. And to everybody out there who's been supporting me through my journey as a caster, I know that you guys like to say that I'm a good caster, and I don't really like to hype myself up, but I like to think that I'm also pretty decent at this. I've been doing it long enough now that I kind of have it figured out, but I'm still learning. And every time that I get to see people interact in the chat and kind of I can feed off of them and continue to grow as a caster, you guys are the reason that I'm here. If we didn't have people in chat to watch these tournaments, there would be no reason for us to be casting. So please continue to support brownieval. Please continue to support Brown and all of the wonderful staff that he has assembled to help him throughout this tournaments. And please continue to support me. And that's all I have.
All right, sounds good. I'll let you all go and go bed. So goodbye. I want to say goodbye to Kavi and Lubu.
Have a good one, Chad. Bye-bye.
All right, so I'm going to wrap things up now here for us. I actually have one of my observers, Riemi, who came in last minute, just sitting in here, and I have her hostage. Thank you, Rue. But yeah, Rue is thank you, Rue, again for helping observe today. We have some last minute changes with the group of people, so I do appreciate Rue being here and for sticking with me as a accompanying person for my closing segment, which is about the standing. So I scheduled this section to be a dramatic ending, but we kind of already knew what was at stake here. Whoever won, like if it was 1-1-1, then things would have been kind of interesting, but I think we already determined it was a win or go home scenario. So we all knew the result from there, and here's the full results on the schedule that you see on your screen. So we start out the day with a very interesting and exciting match between the Pink Geese and Cooked Ones. End up with Pink Geese on top, and then Justin made his declaration that he's going to go 2-0. But first you have to wait for Polar Express to make their entrance, and it was a close game, 13-11. God, that game could have been a coin flip, could have gone anywhere. Who knows what could have happened if it was a longer series, but this is how the format is going to go, the best of one round robin. So it was very, very tight, very exciting, and of course our last match, the ultimate exciting match. Pink Geese, Polar Express winner goes to the next round, and at least for Polar Express, and it was a close one. So I think we had one of our best round robins that we've had, at least in terms of the group plays in general, on brownieval today. So you see on the screen there, Pink Geese, number 1 seed, goes on to the next round. Cooked Ones, 1-1, they are the number 2 seed. Now on YouTube, we had Group B, and the Exalted Honey Badgers apparently are just super exalted. I think that means like inspirational or something, but either way, they went 2-0. They only scrimmed twice, and they were just, I guess that was enough for them. 13-4 in the first game against the Red Robins, and then the Yippee made their entrance, and I think they had to warm up a little bit too in their first game there. But wow, the third game, Red Robins went 13-1. That is probably the biggest comeback in the history of brownieval. The last time we saw this was actually when I think Lubu might have been casting one of the... Oh no, Lubu was playing in it. Lubu was in the grand finals for this match in brownieval Arena, and it was a 13-2 game 3. So this beats the record. And that's one way to get into the number 2 seed for the Red Robins, so congrats to them. So, Pink Geese, Cooked Ones, Exalted Honey Badgers, and Red Robins will move on to tomorrow's playoff bracket, which starts at 3 p.m. exclusively on twitch.tv. Okay, well, I'm going to thank the people that helped me today. First of all, on YouTube, thank you to Pin Doll, our wonderful producer, for stepping in and helping with the production over there. I also want to thank our casters today, Kavian, Lubu, Oscar, and Janice, who are a wonderful crew that really wanted to hone their skills in this event, and they did a wonderful job. I want to thank Shin and Ryemi for their observing skills over there, and they did a great job on Group A. And then of course my admins, Kai and Soph. They are wonderful admins, a 2-person crew, and they are the dynamic duo. You can't really separate them. If you want an admin crew, it's just those two. So and I think they did a wonderful job. Very little hiccups in the group stage, which is a very good news for everyone involved. So I am very pleased by how today goes, but tomorrow is going to be even more intense with these 4 teams coming back. We'll have to see what happens. Now the schedule will release later tonight on X and in Discord, so you don't want to miss out on that. Also, the VOD is available now on both Twitch and YouTube. If you want to scout your opposition, this is the time to do so. Or maybe you're just curious about how the games are going. Okay, so I'm going to end here by showing you all our sponsors again. Community Gaming, which helped us run this grassroots tournament. You can start your own grassroots tourney at communitygaming.io. And I want to thank Kristi, who has done wonderful support for us in terms of just giving us the artistic motivation, especially in the first event that we ever held in January 2023. Kristi helped out with our graphics, helped get this event up and going, and I feel it's fun to give back to Kristi and help her sticker business, and this is your chance to help too. Exclamation point Kristi will get you the code brownieval10 for 10% off your order of all the vinyl stickers that you can put on your water bottles, your accessories, everything. There's even a Toffee the Brown Bear portable charger or charging ports plug thing. It's a charger thingy. Yes, it's a very cool. Hey, 10% off your order if you go to drawwithkristi.shop. Code expires tomorrow at midnight Pacific. Alright, and now we will show the sponsor segment one more time, the hype video, and then we're going to go raid the Dragon Cup, which is going right now. They've got another best of 3 series coming up. You don't want to miss it. For all of us here at brownieval, this is Browntul saying,
Thank you Community Gaming for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you Draw with Kristi for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal. got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, top of the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. This is me, I still love.
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, when I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. Heaven. You're better. Heaven. You're better. Wow. Nice. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Good.
Party, you will not kill. My ultimate. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
The ace.
There's a different easy one.
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Somebody.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please.
Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
One.
Let's go!
Brim 110, close John.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Where?
Long.
No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. So one is. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. One enemy, run it up. Hold my hands, I'm by my lonely. Two is savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice,
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm equal grid. One is winning, the last one out, can't call me Liz. Put in my hours, send the invoice, send the payments. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this, tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up.